Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us here on the stream from DriverSeye Live. However you may be watching, we are live on YouTube as well. Welcome, one and all, to Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is day 2 of our opening round of the FARA Championships, the Formula and Automobile Racing Association, as we are getting ready to go here at this beautiful speedway. Great, beautiful day out there right now, and really looking forward to this. What we're going to have up, as it says there on your screen, Pro Spec Miata, the second of 2 races today. And this one is the beginning of the 2 races that are points events. And so really looking forward to this one coming up. But before we get on to that, just want to say a big thank you to these partners, the sponsors that help us. Certainly Hankook Tire, the official tire of the FARA Championship. Fixie Wheels, they are just remarkable, the wheels that company makes. Garage Living. Mazda Motorsports, obviously very involved with this Pro Spec Miata series. Just great to have them on board. Stack Auto Lifts, partner to the championship. Mission Foods. I'm not sure there's a company that has a broader appeal across the motorsports community than Mission. The Race Tailor, design it, order it, race it. Carrizosa Motorsports, that's motorsports, electronics, and engineering. And Alvarez, Feltman, Da Silva, and Costa. All part of the sponsors that make this unfold here. And just so fortunate to have this partner group that is all part of this. I'm Greg Creamer, welcoming back again Tiffany Alexander joining us for day 2 here. And first of all, let's get, this is your first event with FARA.
Yeah.
You got to do the grid walk yesterday for the big GT race. What's your impression? What's your take on what you've experienced so far?
So I really love taking a look at these fabulous cars. I mean, the eye candy is exceptional. I find myself looking at, I'd like to drive that one, and wouldn't mind driving that one. So we really some beautiful specimens of vehicles here. So that was really cool. But the racing has been fantastic. Very clean. We didn't really see any damage yesterday or anything. So that was really nice just to see everybody racing really hard, very competitively, but absolutely clean and respectful. That's what you really want to see. So, I really enjoyed that. And I've obviously enjoyed working with Greg. I mean, what a professional.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, it's been fun. That's for sure.
I'm just here to be the amateur.
It's been great having you here. And we're getting ready for this. What's fascinating about this is there were 2 qualifying practice sessions for Pro Spec Miata yesterday.
Right.
Fastest time in either one of those sessions established the grid for the shootout. And what's unique about the shootout, other than it's short, you're usually chaotic.
Yeah.
And there's no points on the line.
15 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
There's no points on the line. There's a nice check for Mission Foods. But if you happen to set in the shootout a better lap than either of your 2 qualifying session laps, that will apply to the starting grid.
So now you can use that one instead.
For this race, yeah. So, even if you had a little bit of a struggle in the 2 qualifying sessions, you can still, put in a really good lap in the race. And I'll tell you what, the starting lineup here for this race now, Stuart McAleer, who drove a brilliant race yesterday in that number 18, he's going to be on pole. Our defending champion, Frankie Barroso, in the number 48, will start in second. Marcos Vento, who had a brilliant race in that all-blue Spec Miata yesterday, did a great job in the 12th spot, or in the number 12. Will start third. Center Smith is driving the number 55. He's scheduled to start fourth. The 46, another orange machine of Josh Green, will start 5th. He had a great run yesterday, coming from way deep in the pack. Yeah,
we were counting him out at first, and then bam, he right there at the end. He's 3rd place.
Yeah,
he just caught onto that train and freight trained it right on through.
Yeah, it was actually at the expense of Center Smith, if you remember, because there were 2 freight trains and he was in the middle of them.
Yep,
he was in the middle of the track and just dropped. The 169 of Nate Cicero will start 6th. The 69 of Mike Leo, 7th. Mike Leo, excuse me. 2nd in the championship last year. Todd Burris is, on my sheet here, scheduled to start 8th in that orange number 56. Then in the 9th spot, the 54, Natalino Scapitici. And then in the 10th spot, the number 20 of Mike Hishmi. In the 11th spot, the 97 of Nicholas Bazzani. 12th spot, the 011 of Luis Bustani. Then it is the 92 of Jonah Cullen starting next up. Then the 117 of Mark Kinley. Then the 787 of Rob Ashcroft. Then the 17, Mark Kinley's 15-year-old daughter, who has been doing a really nice job, Kaylin Kinley. Next up in the then we've got the number 143, which still carries the name Stegosaurus Rex. And then at the back of the field, the 197 of Frank Anelante Jr. So that is your starting lineup. This race now a full 30-minute race for the Pro Spec Miatas. And you thought the drafting and the strategy and the high-speed chess game was crazy in a 15-minute race. It's fun with these 30-minute races because it gives the drivers more time to experiment, to try a move. And if it doesn't work and they drop back to fifth, they're not suddenly panicking. That's one of the stories here. So it gives them the opportunity to practice these moves and see what's going to work and what's not, and then be able to come back later in the race and put it into play. So it's going to be fun.
Right. Throw their competitors a little curveball that they've figured out maybe.
Yep. And like I said, one of the things to watch for is every once in a while you get somebody who's like third in line on that last lap. And every once in a while they'll practice it earlier in one of these races. They'll run that high line in through 3 and 4 and then just turn down the banking. And, it isn't a huge amount of bank. I mean, it's substantial here.
There's enough to matter.
There's enough that gravity, and you roll down and you just pick up that little bit of extra speed.
But it's so important in these momentum cars.
Absolutely. And if you time it right, you drop down, you've got that head of steam, and you've still got a little room to the guy in front, so you don't have that whole head of steam just stop.
Right.
You roll, and now you catch that toe, and then you pull out and slingshot, and it's just fascinating to watch. It's difficult to set it up right. That's the only problem.
Right.
But when it works, it's a thing of beauty.
I mean, yesterday you were saying, well, the last place you want to be is first. And, I was, of course, whatever Greg says, I'm going to believe it, right? And so I'm like, don't you want to be first? But what you end up is, everybody behind you is now working against you. And that's what really makes the dream work. And we saw that yesterday where the lead car was doing quite well, leading the whole race. And then right towards the end, number 2, 3, and 4, and 5, I think, were all like linking up and passed
exactly
them.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So who's working with who is very important. Back to like Survival Island or something,
exactly.
It's all about your alliances.
Well, yeah, exactly. And on a track like this, where the draft becomes so important when you run this configuration, when you're leading, you're just helping the guys behind you, essentially. Right. And so you had better wheel it like mad in the infield if you're in the lead and get a run out of 8. Gives you a big enough gap that they just can't make it up. And it's difficult to do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we saw multiple times where a pack came through that was all linked together, and it was the second or the third car in the group that actually set the fastest time for that lap. So, the proof is in the pudding. So, right there on timing and scoring.
That's exactly, absolutely. And that's what really makes this so compelling and so much fun is just watching, as I said, what I call that high-speed chess game play out here. Just taking a quick peek as we've gone through the grid already. Like I said, Frankie Barroso, your defending champion in that red 48 with the 2 white stripes on the hood. 3 wins, 7 podiums, 9 top 5s, and really doing a nice job. Plus 3 fast laps, and there are points for the fast laps and points for pole. And that was enough to give him the championship over the 56 of Todd Burris, who also had 3 wins but only 6 podiums and a couple less top 5s. Noah Harmon, who's not here, was third in the championship, but Marcos Vento was very effective in the championship, a number of podiums. He's here. And so wanting to get a good start on things early. Natalino Scapitici just was in the 15th spot in the championship, had 1 top 5, and looking more. I think we're going to see a lot more from her this year. She is really showing some great speed. But here we go. Field is queued up, and I think that there was a change made on that starting lineup. I think we're going to see Todd Burris starting in 4th, and Center Smith starting in that 8th spot because of a little bit of confusion on car numbers. So it looks like I see Todd there, that second row orange car on the outside. And here we go. Pace car, nice gap. It's going to duck into the pits, and then we go racing. 30 minutes. Pro Spec Miata feature race 1 of 2 on the day. And that field packing up very, very nicely.
Nice double start here. And here they come.
Here we go, and
The
we're green. We are green and racing. And a really nice start with a push from Burris for Frankie Barroso on the outside. Does he clear McAleer? They're side by side still down into turn 1. Still side by side. Heavy braking for turn 2. Vento with Burris. Burris around the outside hanging in there. Vento, oh, a touch. A touch right there. I think that may have been the 46 we've been talking about. Josh Green tapping the back of Vento. Beautiful save by Vento, but close moment there.
Yeah. They're trying to occupy the same real estate.
That they are. And now we've got
another bump.
A couple more. Burris and Cicero side by side heading down into turn number 6 here. Cicero, the blue highlights on his orange Mazda, and that's going to put him up into the 3rd spot as Burris just a little bit of out of position, and then Ventos behind them. Watching them now coming up into turn 8. Again, most important turn on the track when you run this configuration where you're using Speedway 3 and 4. And McAleer was just absolutely dynamic in this yesterday. And you can see a little bit of a break for him and Barroso right now. Just a few car lengths, and that's enough sometimes here. And then that great battle for that 3rd spot right now between Burris and Cicero. And you're already seeing them pair up. Look at that. We've got four pairs of 2 that are working and heading into Speedway 3 and now 4. And that's a pretty sizable gap up front. And if these guys really play nice here, see if they're going to be able to build that up.
I don't know if playing nice is part of this, but the talent is impeccable.
That's true. That's true. Great way to put it. It's a 2nd right now between Barroso in 2nd and Cicero in 3rd. And that closes up once they get into the infield here. Then behind them, it's Vento and Green. Even with that contact, they were able to stay right there in that battle for 5th. But that's a 4-car scrap right now as well. Because you've got behind Vento, you've got Green. Then you've got, I think, Center Smith.
McAleer and Barroso are just staying hooked up all the way through the infield, too.
Ooh, little wide there by McAleer, and that gate you could literally see a little bit of a lunge thought here from Frankie Barroso, but realized, if I do that, then I could end up slowing us both down, and that pack's going to catch us. Oh, we've got a fairly significant impact here at the exit of 7. I think that is the 17 of Kaylin Kinley. Just looks like dropped those left side tires. It happens every once in a while. You drop the lefts, and then the car just snaps sideways and spears across. So we're definitely, we're going to have a full course caution coming out for sure with this incident, I would think. The field's still streaming around here.
Just after I say how clean the racing has been, I jinxed. I'm sorry.
Well, look at the. Unfortunately, if this yellow comes out, that gap that McAleer and Barroso have built up,
it's going to go away.
Yeah, and Center Smith, who's back in the order just a little bit, realizing I'm sure he's on the radio with somebody that a yellow might come out here.
The start-finish guy's got the yellow flag in his hand. He has not flown it yet, but it looks like it's headed in that direction. He's listening to the corner workers and probably race control to give him that call.
Absolutely. And what they're trying to do here is give Kaylin any opportunity she can, race control here.
To remove her car on her own.
Yeah, to be able to clear it by yourself. So you can see the yellow flag waving here, folks, on the screen. There she is. Yeah, she's not going to move. You can see that there's damage to the front of that car. And the question is here, I'm surprised that they're letting this go because, the old saying is if one car gets there, another one can.
Right,
and, that old, what do they call it, TTO, the old phrase, trailing throttle oversteer. when you drop the left sides, lift as a result, and then the car just snaps across to the inside. It looks like it's a pretty good wallop there, but so far, letting it go. But now I see the starter reaching for the second yellow, and we are double yellow.
Yep, so they're going to have to go retrieve her. With that hard of an impact in the front, it probably took out a radiator, maybe something else. So they're not going to, flat tow it with fluids. So they'll have to load her up probably.
And certainly, I'm sure it's got a broken right front corner where the way that looked to angle
probably
in.
Wouldn't even roll.
Yeah, exactly. So that big lead of almost a second that McAleer and Barroso had built up over Cicero and Burris has evaporated, obviously.
Evaporated, that is the right word. And now the pace car picks up the field, and they head out as they bunch them all back up, and all of the spacing that anyone has created evaporates.
Exactly.
That's got to be a little frustrating, but I mean, that is racing.
And if you're one of the fast drivers that kind of got caught out at the start and dropped back a little bit, you welcome the yellows.
Oh, absolutely.
Yet you hate to have it happen to a friend, a competitor, or whatever that is the cause of the yellow, but you'll take it if it really helps you a little bit here. And
what did you say about racers? At the end of the day, they have to be a little greedy.
They got to be greedy. You got to be greedy. Yep. And just to clarify something here, if you're watching the scoring, you're seeing Center Smith shown in 4th and Todd Burris in 7th. Just when you see those, flip it. Apparently the transponders in the cars or something is goofy, but it is actually Todd Burris in the 56 in 4th, and the 55 of Center Smith is in the 7th spot. On track right now.
Transponders or something, huh? Just to mess with us.
I'm not. Yeah. I doubt that's the case, but I like the way you think. Mess with the announcers.
Right? It's all about us.
All about us. Always. All right. We've got 2 of the EV response vehicles over there, and taking a look at what is the quickest yet safest way to extract Kaylin's car out of the wall over there. And I would suspect, like you said, if there's any kind of fluid because of a whole radiator or something like that, they'd have to bring out a flatbed. If they look and it's just the right front corner damage to the suspension or whatever, then they can use the wrecker. And there is a cut across that they can take right there.
And go in this infield area so they don't have to slow things down for long.
Exactly. There's the infield access road they can take and just bring that car right back into the paddock.
So in the view we're looking at right now, where is the car that is no longer moving?
It would have been in the back of that shot.
Okay.
So
that's what I was kind of thinking, but I was gonna.
Yeah, it's basically turn 7 is where it happened, which is right over there, and you can see the EVs. So just we'll keep an eye on that, obviously, and we'll just continue under caution here. Clock continues to tick, but right now, I mean, we've still got almost 22 minutes of time left here. And looks like, wow, that was a great extraction. They've already got that car on the wrecker and clearing the track. That was a superb job. There you can see it, folks. That is now cleared up. So I think next time by, so the field's got to do one more lap under caution, and then we'll get back to racing.
Oh, okay. So looking like we're hearing that she's good. So that's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
All the safety equipment did what it's supposed to do.
Yep, and got that car cleared quite quickly, and that is exactly what you want to see. So once this field works the way around here, and now the interesting thing is going to be, Tiffany, we had 6 minutes of racing, so a couple good laps of racing up at the sharp end here.
Right.
That lead duo were able to make a bit of a break. So right now, you've got to be wondering what Nate Cicero and Todd Burris are thinking in terms of how do we not have that happen again.
Right. What's the strategy? Well, I've noticed that the pace car has definitely picked up the pace.
Yep.
So they're getting the cars back to a pace that they're more comfortable with. And I think we'll be going green this time.
I think we will. And one of the reasons that they do that is obviously when you're crawling around behind a pace car, your tires cool off. So now the car's not going to be quite,
it's not ready for that restart, right?
That restart. So you want to have the pace car pick the pace up, get those tires warm, and scrub them off a little bit. The other thing is when you've got a timed event like this, when you know you're going to be going green, you pick the pace up. If you can save 20 seconds on one of the caution laps, that could give you an extra lap of racing at the end.
Oh, very good point.
So that's one of the reasons they do it. And I'll tell you what, this pace car, he got the memo. He is checked out.
Yes, he is. And it looks like Stewart is holding up the pack as he should, timing his jump. They're all lined up.
Is that pretty?
In a row. Just
look at that. That is so pretty.
That's a train of like 10, 12, 15 cars.
Oops, somebody dropped down a little bit low, but we're green. We're back at it. And this time, wow, Cicero played that to perfection and got really, really close. Todd Burris, fourth car in line there right in front of the all-blue car, Vento. He opted for a little different run through turn one. He wasn't glued to the back of Cicero, but he opened his arc a little bit more into one as he fights through here. Here is that beautiful field. Now, exit of 3 into the bowl here at 4. Bit of banking right there that they can use. And then you fly out. That's turn 5. And you tend to sometimes, as we're seeing there, drop a tire over that apex curb at 5. And then it's all into it down into turn number 7 here. And this is where it gets fascinating because at what point with, what do we got here? 18 and a half minutes of racing to go. At what point do you, and Burris running a little wide. That cost him. He's dropped now behind Vento and possibly behind Josh Green. But at what point do you start racing?
Oh, well, they're racing.
Yeah. But what I mean is in a momentum car. Now Burrow trying to get it back here and does. Wow.
You see Barroso and McAleer really working together there,
Yep.
trying to recreate that spacing, starting to get a little bit from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and that's what I meant by when do you actually go racing, because if you're in that lead duo and now you start running side by side, you're slowing yourselves down.
Right.
If you're third, fourth, fifth, and you decide, well, I'm faster, I want to be up. For a while, you're going to lose touch because you've slowed each other down. But they just look at this. It's 3 abreast in the battle for third, which is going to go to Vento with Burris giving him a big shove. But 3 abreast when the 2 guys in front. Now they're fanning out again. Oh, so close.
Everybody taking a peek into one.
Yeah, that was really close. I think that may have been Mike Leo or Nicholas Bazzani taking a big look. But you can see what that's doing. That's letting McAleer and Barroso build that gap again. And at a certain point now, Vento, Burris, those guys, they got to quit lunging on each other and just become what they call a draft bridge to try and get back to that front duo.
Well, you saw them trying to, 4 through 6, they're trying to link up some of them. And then one of the cars, I think it was like the 169, you saw him break that draft with the car behind him. So he was like, not today, man.
Yeah.
And so that let the 2 cars that were in front of him, which would be Vento and Smith, kind of get a little bit of a little pace ahead of them. I wonder if he's trying to get up there with them.
Yeah, well, look at that margin here as we get to turn 8. Again, crucial to get out of here. And that time, nobody taking a big lunge down into 8 because that's the worst spot you could do it because of how important 8 is, since it leads into that long, essentially for these guys, a straight.
Right.
Yes, they're running
You
through.
don't want to give that one away.
No, Speedway 3 and 4 in these cars is just absolutely flat. So if you slow, make a big lunge into turn 8, you're not only affecting the guy you're passing, but you're slowing yourself way down. And look at this gap. I mean, it's 1.7 seconds last time by. And
McAleer and Barroso are just trying to check out.
Yeah, they're trying to make this mano a mano here. And let's see what the gap is this time. They've done it. I mean, it's 2.3 seconds. So they've dropped that group behind. And now it's absolutely crucial here for Vento in the blue car. And remember that car in fourth, it's not Center Smith, it's actually Barroso. Burris. There's Center Smith in that blue 55. But they've just lost touch. And right now, the only hope is Vento and Burris have just got to drive absolutely brilliant laps and just push each other on. But look at this. Barroso decides it's time. I want to go to the front. He felt with a almost 2.5 second margin that maybe he could do it. Oh, almost ran McAleer wide there. But he wants to lead, apparently.
Well, he just set the fastest time.
Yep.
But he said it, hooked up on the rear of McAleer. So can he maintain that out front?
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing. And that little bit of a changeup, how bad did it hurt that and shrink that 2.3 second margin here? Looks like they may have got away with it. And Frankie Barroso is so savvy. And, he's certainly talking to his crew. And they may have told him, look, it's 2.3 seconds. If you can make a clean pass and you think you're faster, go for it. You're okay. Mm-hmm. They're too far back to be getting any kind of a toe off of you.
Okay, so now we're seeing Vento and Smith start to work together. Also, the next two are working together as well. See if they can close up any gap to the leaders.
And what is that gap from second to third? 1.8. So it came down by about half a second with that little exchange. That's what the momentum car, when you know that momentum by going side by side into a corner, and that means neither of you are on the optimal race line.
Right.
In a momentum car, that's how much of a chunk you can lose when you get into that kind of a race moment.
Right, right.
So they've done what they need to do. Vento and Burris trying to close up a little bit. But the problem is if Frankie went to the front, he clearly feels that he maybe on raw speed is a little bit quicker than McAleer. And that means if McAleer can stay with him, they can pull each other a little bit farther away. And look at this here as Vento has broken things. And it looks like Nate Cicero has come up on the back of Burris and maybe attack Burris a little bit, and that's caused Burris to drop off just a little bit here. And suddenly, Marcos Vento in that blue car, and look, as quick as I say it, under braking, they just close right back up on him. That's just amazing. So, Josh Green right in that group, Center Smith, Mike Leo, and Nicholas Bazzani, I think, all in that pack. But again, wow, that did not take long. Look at Ventos and Burris now suddenly. They'd fallen back into, it was about a 6-car scrum, and they've just separated again.
Yeah.
This is just fascinating, isn't it?
Look
Here
at that
come.
gap right there.
Yep.
You'll see it in just a second in timing.
And McAleer going for the lead. And in so doing, when they came by start finish, that margin was up to 2.5 seconds. And again, that was the battling that Ventos, Burris, and Cicero did, cost them about a half second. But McAleer said, and you know what? This strategy, clearly, Barroso and McAleer are working together incredibly well. I'm sure they've talked about it. But McAleer gets that big draft run. He dives down to the inside. Barroso's just going to wait, let him slide through, tuck in behind, and then McAleer will pull him around. And I bet you the next time by, Barroso makes the move into one. And they're just trading that pull, essentially.
Gotcha.
Just giving each other drafts to try and keep this break. Because if you can make this mano a mano by the end of the race, that's so much more pleasant if it's just two of you instead of 4, 5, 6 of you. Now, the guys that are third, fourth, fifth, sixth, they'd much rather
You'd much rather them go,
Exactly.
go racing against each other. Yeah. But if you have that kind of gap, as you do race each other, you don't lose as much time, and you don't have to worry about third place sneaking up there and being alongside of you.
That's true, and but we get down to the last couple of laps,
and
the gloves have to come off because
they're going to come way
whoever's
off.
second is going to want to win, and it's
Absolutely.
how are they going to play it, and how seriously do they affect each other, and is it enough to let third, fourth, and these other groups come back into them here as we are 11 minutes to go. And this margin just continues to grow, I think. 2.5 seconds last time by. 3 seconds this time by to Vento and Burris.
And you really see it hurt some of these other cars that are not working together with someone. They're just, all on their own.
And that's one of the things that, if you're going to run Spec Miata, and you want to eventually be able to run at the front of Spec Miata, you've got to learn how to use this draft. And, some of it, Tiffany, is, if you're relatively new to the racing, and look at this, here comes Barroso,
You don't have
thinking
any-
about it, tucks back in, says, nope, not yet.
You need some frenemies.
Right, but if you're kind of new to this level of intense racing, sometimes running within inches of the car in front of you is disconcerting until you get used to it, because you got to look through their windshield,
Yeah. Well, and then they're not only just sticking together through the straightaways, they're going all the way into the track out of one, tucked nose to tail.
Exactly.
So you've got to trust that person in front of you, and you know where their brake zone is, and you're going to, work with that, that they're not going to do anything unexpected.
And at the sharp end of these fields, these drivers are bump drafting. And that, too, if you're not used to getting that tap in the back, just feel that little hit. And you've got to have confidence that the guy that's bump drafting you will back off of your bumper.
And not continue to bump you.
yeah, before you turn into a corner.
Right.
Because that's how you can easily get turned.
Yeah, you do need that trust between drivers.
Oh, absolutely. Wow, they are just putting a stomping on the field here. Let's see if there's been any kind of an inroad made here into that margin. Nope, another 0.3. They've stretched it out. And it's fun. You watch those two lead cars, a little bit different line through the exit of 2 into 3. One of them keeps it generally a little bit tighter pinched.
And you see the second car kind of, staying a little to the left side or a little to the right, just a little bit. I'm assuming that's giving him a better vantage point to be able to see around sometimes.
And
see if
also,
he's got a peek for a option to get around him.
And also air into the engine, into the brake ducts. Every once in a while, you just need to shift a little bit.
Right.
Because
when you're fresh air.
Yeah, because when you're in the draft, you're essentially in a vacuum. There's not a lot there for you in terms of, in an aero car, you lose all the aero. In these, you just may lose, your brakes may not cool off quite enough, or the engine could start running hot. But the discipline up front right now, watching Frankie, when he knew he had to move, he would take it, and Stewart would say, that's cool. But, we've seen a couple of times Frankie show that nose just a little bit down into turn 6, partly for the air, partly for reference point, but also just taking a look. Nope, not there yet.
He also, he wants Stewart to, be looking at him.
Absolutely.
He wants him to let him know he's there.
And he'd much rather be, when they start the last lap, in second than the lead. We've talked about that.
Right.
What is the margin now? 3.3 seconds last time by, 3.5. So they are working this whole program to perfection. But we have a new third-place runner. Todd Burris now has moved up into third with the all-blue machine of, Boy, Barroso running really wide there, but hangs on to it. Then here comes Burris with the all-blue car Ventos. And Barroso has decided it's go time. I think it's because McAleer had that little bit of a moment in the exit of 2. And Frankie's making the move now. And McAleer being pretty smart, although he raced him. So now suddenly you could see Barroso was a car length off of that turn-in curb, and that tightens the radius up just a little bit.
Also run him a little wider. Now we've swapped back out.
Yeah, this is fascinating here. As you can see, we're about 7 minutes to go. So probably 3 laps or so left in this one. So we're getting down to gloves off time.
But there's no one else closer to these two front runners to be able to work off of.
No.
For somebody to be able to pair up with and use. So unless something changes, they're just going to have a fair, shot at it.
Yeah.
Right there at the end.
And look at this. Cicero now has glommed on to the back of Burris and Vento. And he could be putting a little consternation into them.
If three of them start working together, they've got a long way to go and a short time to get there, but maybe they can make something happen.
Even with that little mistake at the exit of 2 and then running through 6 side by side, they up the ante to 4.2 seconds over this group.
Wow.
And I think, we're going to see this the battle right now, really, obviously, it's a 2-car battle for the lead, but it's a 3-car battle for the podium. And at this point, unless that battle for the lead takes some bizarre, crazy turn, I think those guys that are battling for 3rd, 4th, 5th right now, they're conceding the win at this stage, and it's who's going to be on that 3rd step of the box here is what they're playing for.
Right, right.
And the thing is, Josh Green and Mike Leo are not that far back either.
And we saw what Josh Green did yesterday.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly.
we were like, well, they're too far back. There he is right there. And he's on the podium.
Yeah, I remember. I said, I just discounted him. I said, I don't think Josh is close enough
to make anything happen. And then
then
this freight train rolls through.
Exactly. You racers, you love making the announcers look bad.
They're just keeping us guessing.
Oh, look at that big bump by Barroso on the back of McAleer. That was a classic bump draft. And another one there, just a little bit off screen. Frankie, all the way through 3, was driving McAleer, and you could see he'd hit him, and McAleer's car would just lurch forward, and then it would pull Frankie right with him. This is a clinic. Barroso looking to the inside, but not opting to it yet. But that last lap, remember, it was 4.2 seconds, 3.5.
Oh.
So, getting curiouser and curiouser here.
Right. That little 3-pack behind them is starting to catch up, maybe.
Well, and here's the deal. Vento just set his fast lap on that last lap. So that 3-car draft was working pretty good here and trying to close that margin down. See here, into 7, Barroso looked like he's lagging back just a little bit. And they just stay line astern here. We got at least 2 laps left, I would think. And here's that battle. Wow, using every inch of the racetrack for Burris, Vento, and Cicero. And then Green and Leo.
Got just 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah. So here we go. Here's our 2 leaders into turn 8. Got to absolutely nail this exit every time here. There's Burris, little bit, car length gap over Vento and Cicero. And I think that, that car kind of just heading out of turn 9 up onto the banking is Center Smith. He's dropped off of that train just a little bit here. White flag coming out, so we've got 1 to go. This should be tasty.
Yes.
This should be big fun. There they are, the 2 leaders.
Let's see who makes a move.
And here's 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Frankie's peeking on the inside. Nope, he's tucked back in.
He wasn't close enough. And I don't think he wants to pass yet. I think he wants to be second here.
All the way to just the end, right?
Yep. I think look at that different line choice that Frankie runs, which gives him a better exit of 3 and a better run through 4 here. And now that's close to being a 5-car battle for 3rd now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, problem for Cicero. I don't know if he missed his shift, but the car just suddenly laid down on him. And Green goes by and Leo goes by. Remember, these cars, these are not brand new. That's Spec Miata. There's a certain age range for these cars, so it's a 5-speed gated shift. You're heel and towing,
right?
Doing what racers really should be doing,
right?
In my opinion. Yes, I'm an old crotchety guy. Look at that, Barroso showing the nose into 8, but no way he was going to try and make that pass. He wants to maximize the exit at 9, but look at Ventos diving down inside of Burris. So that battle for 3rd is now on. And that move, look what it did. It is 5 cars on top of each other in this battle for the final spot on the podium. So now what's going to happen? Does Barroso have the ability to make something happen? And what's going to happen for 3rd? Here we go. Barroso going to the high line. Way up high. Watch for him now to carve it down. No, he had enough of a bit of speed here, and that was brilliant by McAleer, not letting him come down the banking. McAleer gets the win. Oh, my goodness, how close. And I think Ventos held on for 3rd by 18 one-thousandths of a second over Burris.
Wow.
But what a job by McAleer. The margin of victory for McAleer over Barroso, 40 one-thousandths of a second.
That was close.
And that was brilliant because McAleer just pinned Barroso up high.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was almost McAleer that then just turned down a little bit and used that side draft and came right on by him. That was exceptional.
Nice. Yeah.
That was a drafting clinic, those two guys up top.
Yep.
No question about it. What a run. So McAleer is having one heck of a weekend here.
I'm showing them how it gets done.
Wow. Huh? Yeah, no kidding.
Because he was able to stay up and maintain it.
Yeah, that's rare. That's the only way of that.
Primarily because he left Rosa with nowhere to go a little bit on that last turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or not able to do what he wanted to do, probably. Right?
Yep. He just kept him pinned up high.
He's like, oh, you want to take it up there? We'll take it up there.
Yeah, I'll run you high.
Mm-hmm.
And a great job by Marcos Vento hanging on over Burris. And just to give you that lead group, first, seventh, after 30 minutes of racing, separated by just under 4 seconds.
Wow.
That's extraordinary.
It's extraordinary.
Pro Spec Miata. That's why we love it here at FARA.
One of the most fascinating things to watch. It doesn't get much better than that.
No, I mean, it I know I say it a lot, but it's a chess match.
Yeah.
And how are you going to, what moves are you going to make and when are so crucial here. And again, just a great job by McAleer getting the win. And there's going to be the trophy presentation on the podium for this second of 2 races today for Pro Spec Miata. Again, full points are being paid. So.
And McAleer will be getting his.
Yeah, he's going to be, up front. And I'm going to look here, 39.7, 9.8. And I think he will get, he's got fast lap in this. I think the fast lap, though, is only awarded to the fast lap in the feature race, the last race of the day.
They get an extra point.
Yeah.
All right.
And whoever was on pole gets an extra point as well.
I like that. I think F1 should do that.
I do too.
They haven't called me and asked yet for my critiques, but I'm waiting on that call.
You're making notes.
Yeah,
I can see
I've
that.
got notes. Yeah.
Yeah. So keep in mind, McAleer was your top qualifier, so he gets max points for this race plus a point for pole. So he's off to a great start in the season. But defending champion Frankie Barroso, that's what he did last year. It was so brilliant. When he couldn't win, he just kept scoring points. It was just brilliant. So
what an amazing way to start the season here.
Yeah. And we got one more yet to do.
Yay!
This is going to be fun.
Yeah.
So it's going to be the podium, and then starting in, well, we're just a smidge late already. We've got a couple of HPDE sessions, and then I will be back with you on the PA for the Super Lap Series Session 2, and then Tiffany and I will be back on the stream for Winter Series Race 2. That should also be spectacular.
This finishing order is the order they're going to start the next race, right?
That's a great point.
So we're going to see this lineup go at it again.
Yeah. And, boy, if they put on a show already, it's going to be a good one. So we'll be back with you for, again, the Winter Series race at 11:45. But we are going to be showing you here on the stream the Spec Miata Podium celebration. And remember, a couple of HPDE and Super Lap Series sessions before Tiffany and I will be back with the call for winter. So.
Thank you. Right back.
Nick racing this weekend too? Yeah. Very cool.
I got a couple shots in that way. I got a couple pictures in that way.
Bill talked to me. Not much clearance.
Good morning, Mission Foods Pro Spec Miata. Was that a fantastic race or what? You guys ready? Get closer, man. Get closer. Everybody, come over here. Everybody, get over here. Yo, McAleer, this way. Boris, this way. All right, guys, we're gonna get started. This is for Mazda Miata money. In 5th place, driving car number 46, Josh Green. In 4th place, driving car number 56, Todd Burris. In 3rd place, all the way from Puerto Rico, car number 12, Marcos Bento. In 2nd place, driving that beautiful number 48, Frankie Barroso. And the winner of the morning race before the main event and the real big checks, Stuart McAleer. All right, Josh, you got something for these boys in the afternoon?
Hopefully, we'll see. I think, if me and Nate hook up, we might be able to show them something.
That's right, everybody needs a dancing partner. So you're gonna hook up with your dancing partner. Todd, you got your date ready for the ball?
Marcus Bento! No, we had a great race, lots of fun. I got to thank FARA for putting on a great show, and Hoosier and Hankook, great event, a lot of fun. Thanks.
All right, well, you heard it. He called Marcos his dancing partner, his date for the ball. You guys gonna make it to the front?
Yes, sir. We're going to try at least. We got 2 good cars and really good field. So, we're just going to give it our best and give it a shot for the final.
That's awesome. You guys put on a hell of a show. But I think these 2 guys have something to say about it. The one, the only, Frankie Barroso.
Hey, the race was good with Stuart. Little dance partner for race 1. But, so we'll see what happens in race 2. I assume it's not going to be the same way, so it'll be all good.
I think what he meant is he wants you to push him to the front.
Yeah, Frankie was more than happy.
Frank is doing academy. Oh, but he's doing academy. We'll save it for him. Okay, Frank. One more. Pick another number. 13 would be Jonah Coolin. Come on, Jonah. Get over here. All right, we have one more. Jonah, come up. Okay, one more number. Oh, seatbelts. What? Number 9 is Center Smith. Oh, there you are. Come on, Bob. Coming up. So to the millions of fans around the Homestead Speedway, at 150 is the Pro Spec Miata big money race by Mission Foods. All right, Center, get up here. There you go. Look at that, some seatbelts. Get up there. All right, let's take your picture. Yeah, there you go. See, you don't only have to win at FARA. You can just 9, 16, 13, get some merchandise. Congratulations, guys. All right, go prep your cars. Let's do it all over again.
spectacular.
Yeah, and the guy that's going to start on pole qualified for the first race, started in the 8th spot, ended up second after leading a large part of it, and doing an absolutely fabulous job. He will be starting up on the front. That's the 55 of Leonardo Escorpione. Starting second will be the driver who's qualified in the 6th spot, and I'll explain that because they do an invert of the top 8, and it's Hudson Potter, but there was a couple of penalties that were applied as well. Starting third will be Emma Scarborough, who had qualified very strongly in the 5th spot with the inversion. She now starts third. Starting in the 4th spot with the 98 of Oliver Weldon, who qualified in the 4th spot, and that's sort of the mid-flip. So that's where he'll be, even though he had a problematic race, ended up 19th. Starting in the 5th spot will be the number 91 of Evan Cooley. He qualified third and finished third in the first race yesterday. Then it's the 27 of Connor Aspley will start 6th. He qualified second. And again, they invert the top 8 in terms of qualifying, not finishing order from that first race, but qualifying. And he ran well yesterday in that first race, but then had issues late in the race, ended up finishing 12th. Then it'll be Kaylee Countryman, and this is a tough one, I think. She qualified 7th and finished 17th in that race. And one of the reasons was she was involved in some contact. She was adjudged to be the one responsible for avoidable contact, so got a 5-place grid penalty. So she starts back in 7th. I know, and she had been so quick.
Yeah, we were really rooting for her. We saw her up to 5th at one point.
Oh, yeah, she had a great run. And then the guy who qualified on pole, that is Joao Vergara. He will start in the 8th spot, finished 5th in yesterday's race. Rodrigo Gonzalez will start in 9th. He finished 9th in yesterday's race, but at a certain point, he'd been up in the top 5, and he got fast lap in that race, so watch for him. Starting in the 10th spot after qualifying 11th, and again, some of these penalties have moved a few of the drivers up. The number 5 of Vilho Atola, and then starting in the 11th spot, Brendan Cooley. Finished 20th in yesterday's race. Starting 12th of 15 of Patricio Gonzalez. Finished 4th in yesterday's race. But again, with the inversion and how it all works, he drops back again. And then here's a big story here. The guy who won yesterday's race, the number 37 of Ty Fisher, he won. He qualified 10th. So he would have been starting 10th again, but he got a 3-spot grid penalty for avoidable contact. So he starts back in 13th, and we saw the charge that he put in.
Oh, yeah.
So he should be fun to watch. Starting 14th will be Connor Shipman. In the 41, starting 15th to 17 of Thomas Nordquist. Starting 16th to 12 of Diego Guillot. Starting 17th to 31 of Diego Ardiles. Starting 18th to number 77 of Matan Ashitiv, who got a 5-spot grid penalty for blocking. Starting in the 19th spot, the 8 of Karel Strout. Starting 20th, the 4 of Justin DeLuca. Starting 21st, the 16 of Lincoln Day. 22nd, the 29 of Maddie Colleran. And rounding up the field, starting 23rd, JT Hoskins in the number 9. 24th, Ryan Gianetta. The field is making its way around, and I'll tell you what, they're not really queued up very well. And the pace car, there it is. All right, I was looking at the run order and not at my monitor. And we had a car that has come to some sort of an issue on the back straight, just at the exit of what's called turn 9. Turn 8's that tight hairpin almost, and then turn 9 is just sort of a little non-existent bend, if you will, that gets them up onto the back straight. So
they'll leave the pace car out, and
yep,
we'll get that car retrieved, and then we'll go racing.
And I think the laps will start here, though. Usually the drill. And again, Leonardo Escorpia, he has to be a tad frustrated. He's got a great starting spot because of the inversion. And indeed, the race clock and lap counts have started here. But he had a tremendous run yesterday. Got to the front and led a large part of the race and really looked pretty stout up there. And I think he'll be a little frustrated that he didn't get that win. Yeah. That Ty Fisher and that amazing last lap that Ty drove.
Right.
And used that draft to perfection and got by on him. So I think we're going to see a very aggressive Leonardo Escorpione in this one.
Yeah, he's going to start out in the front and try to keep that. They're just all warming up right now. They're pulling that car in. They're headed towards the pit lane. So I'm guessing we're going to go green this next time by.
I would think so. And just watching to see those lights on that pace car, and there's plenty of distance here. And as soon as that car hits pit lane, I think those lights are going to go out. Let's hope so. We want to see these guys race as much as we can. And lights are out, I believe.
All
So-
right.
All right, this is going to be fun.
This is going to be good. Gonna come around and see a green flag soon.
Here you see this stout field. 24 cars here for the Academy Winter Series. It is by far the biggest field the Winter Series has had now in its 6th season. And it's I mean, a good way to describe it is boot camp in a way
Yeah.
for these young drivers to give them a whole lot of seat time in a compressed time frame before the U.S. Formula Junior Championship starts in just a few weeks here. And gives these guys and gals a little opportunity to get some more seat time, get a lot of coaching, and learn a little racecraft before they have to do it in earnest for the national championship. So,
I mean, this is obviously a lot of seat time they're getting this weekend with a lot of
Yes.
practice, qualifying, and multiple races.
yep. And next weekend they go and do the exact same thing at NOLA.
Okay.
So it's pretty
Oh,
cool. And the
pace
nice thing for
car
this
is
layout
in.
is here they learn some drafting.
Mm-hmm.
You know, NOLA is much more of a straight up road course.
Right.
So-
And very flat.
Yep.
The pace
All
car is
right.
in.
Okay, pace car is in, and now it's up to our starter. He's got to like that alignment. It looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't it, folks? And let's see.
That's what
It's time. Race 2 is green. We are racing, and boy, a great jump by Scorpione. I'll tell you, Hudson Potter got caught napping, and Emma Scarborough has already jumped him and gone into second with Potter dropping to third. He just did not pull the trigger, and you can see that entire outside row just sort of back up for it just a bit here. And look at that margin already for a Scorpione. That's about
Wow.
6 car lengths.
He really stretched that out right off the beginning.
Yeah, he timed that to absolute perfection. And now, a little bit farther back in the pack, the jousting begins, and we're going to see a lot of that. And again, there's some guys back in this pack that we're going to really be watching for. Kaylee Countryman, she's one of them. Again, Ty Fisher was so quick. The Gonzalez, Rodrigo Gonzalez. But Scorpione is driving off into the distance here just a little bit. Now, one of the things that he's got to be a little careful of is this track, the infield, and this group, they are using the banking in 3 and 4, but you're still spending a lot of time in the infield, and it's rough on tires. And if you push too hard, and you can set the car up to be fast early with a little bit more aggressive suspension, maybe a little bit higher tire pressure, but that could cost you speed late.
Right.
So we'll have to see what his game plan was.
But we want to make sure that the tires are there, the car's there for the full 30 minutes, right?
Exactly.
So, and at the end, that's when it matters the most.
All right, Scorpione comes through. Good battle for second, though. And it is Emma Scarborough from Hudson Potter. Cooley hanging on. Evan Cooley actually got the jump on Ollie Weldon as well. And Weldon was caught out by that late start by Hudson and that outside row backing up a little bit. And Joao Vergara drove a really good opening lap. Of course, started in 8th because of the inversion. He's already 6th. And Rodrigo Gonzalez has come from 9th to 7th. So some of those guys we were looking at are making some big moves early here.
Well, with a little bit of a delay to the start, they've got to get it done quickly, too. We can't, no lollygagging around.
Now, the one that really got caught out, and I think, again, probably because of that kind of interesting start, Ty Fisher, who won yesterday, started 13th today. He's 17th.
Yeah, he
so
got
he
pushed
lost
back to
more
17th.
ground. Yeah.
We saw him come up through the field yesterday really impressively. So, but right now he's getting kind of pushed back.
All right, up and on to the backstretch for our leaders out of turn 8. Making their way over and into Speedway 3 up on the banking.
Cars are just singing.
Yep. Ooh, and here's a move. Hudson Potter trying to work the outside and get around Emma. She's got position. He's got to tuck in. Now he pulls out again and now moves to the inside.
Looking for a way by. Is he going to try to get it done? No. Back in behind her.
Emma wouldn't let that happen, and I'll tell you what, Evan Cooley thought maybe I can do something with this and try to move, as did Ollie Weldon, but there was just no place for them to go. But here's the thing, that margin between the Scorpione and Scarborough has come down by about half. So that battle, as long as Emma and Potter kind of work together here, they should be able to run down Leonardo using the draft here just a little bit. And at some point, Leonardo's probably got to go, okay, rein it in just a smidge.
Right.
So I don't burn the tires off this thing. And, boy, Emma, look at the launch. She got out of turn 6 and 7, and suddenly she's got a nice margin over that battle for third. I think that's Evan Cooley trying the outside. Oh, and a car off at the exit of 7 and is backed into the inside wall.
Oh, no.
Doesn't look like it was a super hard hit. I think it's possibly the number 99. That would be Ryan Giannetta, who's had a problematic weekend. He missed the first session completely.
It's been a rough weekend for him.
Yeah, it sure has. But look at this. Emma has closed it up.
Come on, Emma.
Yeah, it's a quarter of a second now between, as the full course caution comes out. You knew that had to happen.
Knew it was coming, yep.
Oh, that snap spin dropped the left side tires at the exit of 6 and 7. And two things can happen in that. Well, three. One, you can just straighten out and ride it out and hopefully get it back on track. But the other two things that can happen is, one, you lift suddenly and all the weight goes to the nose, and you're probably have some steering lock in trying to save it, and it snaps on you. And the other thing is when it drops off, it's in that dirt and debris out there, and there are little ruts behind that, and you catch one of those, and it can just pitch you sideways. So a rough day, a rough weekend continuing for Ryan.
And safety crew is out on course, heading over to the scene.
That's been kind of a focal point of activity here, at least today, isn't it? We had Pro Spec Miata. We had Kaylee have a problem over there.
Yeah, it's been a busy area.
Yep.
We saw them able to retrieve her quickly and get back to racing, so we're hoping for the same.
Well, the nice thing, with this, I don't know how hard the hit was. We didn't see the left rear tire, which is what would have gone in to the wall. But the nice thing is with these, you just hook a wrecker strap through the roll hoop and lift them in the air, and you can get them off track pretty quickly if it won't roll on its own.
Right. And off you go.
I'll tell you what, we need to give a shout out to EV crews, not just here, but across the country, because they're the ones that, one, if it's a bad incident, they're responding and taking care of it. But if it's an off that needs to be cleaned up, a good EV crew can save you 2 laps of racing.
Yeah.
And, there are some that are standouts, and these guys here are good. And there are some that you go to and you kind of go, that could have been a little better. And it,
And
the
we
worst
couldn't do
part,
it without them.
yeah, oh, absolutely. And how
Those
speaking
in
of
the
that,
corner workers.
you read my mind.
We're already in 2.
We are, and that I still love corner working whenever I can do it. And I'll tell you, all the volunteers in every specialty are absolutely crucial, but the ones in sort of in harm's way are the corner workers that are out in the elements and providing. And look at the driver's out, so he's out. That's a first good sign, most importantly.
Absolutely.
Anytime you have contact with a barrier, even if it's just a brush generally, you will get asked to just stop by medical. Just sort of SOP. But they're looking at that car and trying to figure out what the game plan is here. And we're getting a report that it was like a double pancake, where the left rear hit and then the left front snapped into the wall, and so that may be why that car won't roll on its own. But I could have sworn I saw a wrecker out there.
Looks like there's one on the banking
on the
over there. Yeah, way over there.
Not sure what that's all about.
Headed in the wrong direction. No, maybe he stopped now on 4. And now they've stopped over close to the front straightaway as you come onto it. It looks like I wonder if there's some debris that they needed to pick up.
That could very well be.
He's out of the record.
But I'm not sure why.
He's bending down. So, it looks like there was a little debris there. So they're going to go ahead and get that cleaned up. Picked it up. Really don't want something like that in one of these fellas' tires or Gal's tires.
Oh, you know what? I am seeing one of those big rolling forklifts. I wonder if that was that contact hard enough to move that concrete barrier a little bit.
Oh, gosh, I hope not.
Yeah, me too. But I see one of those machines heading in that direction. Is the field now just up behind the pace car and safety vehicle here under this caution flag?
Yeah, just creeping along. So really trying to bunch them up probably and get some room for the safety workers to work. So,
Yeah, and that, I mean, you want to give them as much room and space so that they can work without cars going by. But we talked about this yesterday. When you slow the field down to that degree, tire temps just fall apart.
Right.
And so I would expect that we're going to see, once we're ready to go racing, a pretty high-speed final lap under caution to let them try and build some temps in those tires.
Yeah, we don't really want them going full song on cold tires.
No, no.
That would not be ideal.
It's spectacular, but not ideal.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, here it comes now. Over to the car at the exit of 7. So they literally got to forklift that car up and out of the way, apparently. And I don't think that, I mean, that would have been an awfully big impact had that been enough to move that concrete block. I think it's just maybe that the damage to the left side of that car was severe enough that they just needed to get that big forklift of sorts out there to get it up in the air.
Maybe with it against the wall that
Yeah.
way, it was, kind of hard to get a hold of it in another way.
So here we go. Let's talk a little bit. This is all part of a training program, right?
Right.
Trying to get experience for these young guns that are going to go for USF Juniors Championships. Gives them a chance, to practice racecraft, to learn how to lead from the front, and then you get inverted, so now you have to run through the pack. All these things. The other element is when you're leading or you're battling for the lead and the car feels awesome and you think you're there, and then suddenly there's a full course caution, all that rhythm gets interrupted.
Absolutely.
How do you deal with that?
And how do you get back in rhythm when it's time to go racing again?
That's
And
part
it's
of the
gonna be
education, isn't it?
A little, looks like we've got, it says 12 to go. So it's going to be a short race when we get back going. So we want to get back in that mode as soon as possible because everybody's going to be, fighting to get to the front quickly.
And the drivers that can manage that and just
That
be able
emotion
to
change.
right,
Yeah.
exactly, and then just can click back into race mode quicker than somebody else, or more thoroughly than somebody else. That's very beneficial. And we talked about it yesterday. If you're going to be in racing for a long time, you're going to have your share of disappointments.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And how you react and respond to those. You've got that big lead, and then a caution happens. Now, in this case, Leonardo didn't have that, but you have a big lead, caution, it's evaporated,
Right.
and the guy behind you saved tires a little bit more. Now he jumps you on the start, and there's nothing you could do about it.
Right.
How do you react? You let the red mist get to you, or do you channel it?
Yeah, you got to channel that,
Yeah.
right? Or it starts making mistakes, and then Emma's going to come flying by you.
Exactly. I see what you did there. All right, well, we just saw that they've got the car hooked up to the big forklift. And again, they should be able to just back straight across into that opening.
And with so many practices, qualifying, and races this weekend for these kids, they're really building their stamina in a car.
Yes.
Right? Lots and lots of seat time.
Lots of seat time. And there's no substitute for that.
No,
It
no.
really isn't. And a way to get, I got to give this blatant plug here, a way to get, and in quotes, cheap seat time is get a sim.
Oh, yeah.
Because you may not have that ultimate feel of the car really moving under it. You can get the sims that have moving rigs,
Right.
but you never get the feel of that slide, or anything like that. But every other aspect of it, it's just stunning how realistic it can be.
They've come light years in the
Oh,
last 10
it's
years.
huge.
What we were seeing in Sims 10 years ago and what is available now, you
Yeah.
know? It almost makes you think of like a Nintendo wheel, what we used to have, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, well, that's it.
Right, do they even make
it used to be,
Nintendos?
it used to be a game
Yeah.
wheel.
Yes.
you know, with a set of pedals and
Yep.
whatever.
Maybe the wheel would vibrate if you had the really good one.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's full on sim training to the point, and the great thing about sims, well, it's really twofold, isn't it? One, see if the lights, is the pace car
looks like
ducking
they're-
in here?
No, it looks like they're staying out right now.
Not yet.
And
All
they're
right.
still moving slowly.
Yeah. Oh, it's still over there, so they're taking their time. Okay.
Okay.
So getting back to that with the sim is one, to rent a track is not
I mean, that's not cheap.
at all. You know, and so if you have a sim, you can get out there and you can drive that track
Oh, yeah.
for 3 days straight
Right.
in the sim.
Without having to pack up crew and car
Bingo.
and all the things
Yeah.
and the consumables.
Yeah, absolutely. All the logistics and those, you know, those items. So that's where a sim one pays big dividends. The second thing is if your coach is still an active driver or something, and he's elsewhere, or your coach, you just happen to be coached by somebody who lives in Australia and you live in Miami, you just
Oh, you
link
can-
up.
yeah.
You just link up and he can coach you real time
In the
from
sim.
Australia and watch what you're doing. Do lead follows in his sim,
Oh, that's so
or
cool,
look at your
isn't it?
data,
Yeah.
right? And that's one of the cool things with full sim sims in this trailer that they bring to a lot of events. There's 2 sims. You know, soon they're going to have one with a lot more, but they have 2 sims, and you can go in and just drive for fun. But a lot of racers will go in there and bring their coach, and the coach can stand behind them, and they've got an extra monitor up there.
Okay.
And so the guy can be in the seat driving, and say it's Sebring, and he's struggling with the hairpin. And the coach can stand behind him and watch the data on that monitor as the guy's driving through it. And
I mean,
then
that's priceless.
That's priceless. Or he can hop into the seat next to him in the open sim, follow him around, and then say, okay, I see what you're doing. Watch what I'm doing here. And gets in.
Or work on their racecraft. They can both be
Bingo. Yep.
running together,
Yeah.
and he can teach him some tricks of the trade.
Yep. And that, yeah, I mean, that's the marvel of the modern sim. And I got to, be very honest with you, full sim sims with Kurt Schmidt, the owner, he used to build military sims like for tanks, armored personnel carriers,
wow.
all of that, and then instruct. And so when he decided to, it's kind of an interesting story. When COVID hit, he was supposed to be going home from Saudi Arabia, and he got stuck.
Oh, no.
And nothing, So he built a sim because he actually races, real world.
Okay.
So he built a racing sim
Just to keep
and
himself
just
occupied.
so he could drive and have fun and practice. And he said, everybody that looked at it said, this thing is stunning,
yeah.
because he's using military quality build,
Right.
And so he said, I'm going to give that a try. And it has turned into an incredibly successful and very quickly escalating and growing concern for full sim sims. And they're serious about their practice makes podium slogan.
And they're doing a competition in the
They are.
the garage today.
Yeah.
So
Garage 18, you can go on over there and do a little running yourself. And speaking of running, we're getting back to it here.
I know. I see the pace car coming in.
All right, now, Scorpione, he got a great start. Now he needs a great restart. And Emma, right before that caution came out, she and Evan Cooley were in a good little scrap, and that could build up in a hurry here, too. All right, field lined up. Looking good, Singer file, watching the starter. Green we are! And, boy, Emma went with a Scorpione. An absolutely great start.
He is hot on his tail.
She really is. Cooley dropped off just a little bit, made a lot of that up, though, under braking for turn 2. Then Hudson Potter and Joao Vergara up to 5th now, with Ollie Weldon in 6th, Rodrigo Gonzalez 7th. So they are on the move as well. Vilo Atola is 8th, Kaylee Countryman 9th, and Brendan Cooley in 10th as they cross the line to get back to racing. And we have 11 laps to go at this point. But again, Scorpione just is able to build that little bit of a lead right from the off.
A little bit of a change up there. Not sure which one the.
Oh, Emma's. I thought she was going to close up a bit more there. Oh, somebody running way wide, that red car. I think that's Evan Cooley. I think he is he's dropping down the order a little bit. Because he was third when they came by, but he got offline somehow and got trapped.
He in the red one?
Yeah.
I think he got cycled out.
Yep. And the car right in front of him is Joao Vergara, who is the pole sitter originally, and he's taking a look possibly at third here on Hudson. And then that yellow and white car, that is Ollie Weldon, who's making some moves up. Look at him fan out for the entry down. That's 3 abreast going into 1. Oh, and they settle it. There they are. Look at that pack.
Woo.
That looked like a fighter formation. Ollie Weldon diving down the inside of Cooley. Don't know if he's going to make that one stick.
Hudson
No, he
Potter
couldn't.
Up to third. Evan Cooley did drop down to 5th.
Yeah, he just kind of got
caught out
offline. And yeah, exactly. Again, Ollie Weldon heading into, watch the pop. There it is. Diving down to the inside of Evan Cooley. Cooley trying to pin him to the inside. And Sebastian kind of runs him wide. Cooley in a cloud of dust from another car, never lifted, shot through it, and stayed right on the outside and thus the inside for turn 8 here. Wow, what a battle here. And Evan Cooley, there he goes, red car inside, parks Weldon. And actually, that opened the door up just a little bit here possibly for either Gonzalez or Vilho Atola. You've got to be opportune. When there's an opening, you've got to pounce on it. But all that little bit of scrapping has given a Scorpione a little bit of room here. And again, here comes Joao Vergara working the outside of Potter. And the problem is these cars are so equal that he had to tuck back in. Now he gets a little bit of a double toe. Moves out wide.
Oop, got a little wiggle in there.
Did he get around the outside? No.
He didn't. He got a little wiggle on the outside offline.
Yep. Ooh. Yeah, there's a bump right on the apex, but you get offline there, you hit that transition seam, and that's where those cars can snap a little bit here.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he was dealing with, and then that just, he couldn't make the pass,
Right now, but some relentless driving going on here. Hudson Potter doing a nice job.
Yeah, he's up to second.
Yeah, he got through on Emma and quickly closed on a Scorpione. He got a great run through 7. He might be able to try and do something here into turn 8.
They're side by side.
They are. Big defense by the Scorpione and Hudson Potter popping to the outside. Now he's going to try and square up underneath.
He's going to make up.
Oh, he tried. Ooh. He tried, and that was actually a pretty savvy piece of driving by Scorpione. He gave Hudson nowhere to go but dirt and grass.
Right.
And now Vergara early making that move, trying to get there for 30. He'd been a little later in trying to make that move, and Evan Cooley is going with him. You'll see him here, the 2 cars in that battle for third on the outside. Evan thinks Vergara is quicker and is trying to push him along. He does. Vergara is going to get through, but Cooley is not going to be able to make that.
Emma holds on to 4th.
Yep, she's still there. Cooley 5th, Weldon 6th. And there's not much of a margin now. I mean, right now it's
like
the
a
top
single
3,
file
4,
line.
5, 6, 7, 8. This is so close. Top 10 are pretty much running in lockstep right now. This is where nerves of skill come in here. You're running in the middle of a pack like this. You make a mistake, at best you're going to get trained. At worst you're going to get clouded by a number of. But at the same time, you're trying to move up. So you've got to be somewhat aggressive. Like Evan Cooley is here. Oh, he's trying to go straight to the apex. That is a tough way to make a pass, because it usually means you're going to be really slow on the exit. May have gotten away with it. He didn't get pass done, but he didn't lose much speed either. But now here comes Ollie Weldon. Ollie Weldon is going, and now he's going high, and Evan Cooley realizes he's going high, went up to dissuade it, and Weldon dropped down low, rolled down that banking a little bit like we were talking about, and I think got underneath him. Oh, he couldn't close it out. And now they go 3 wide. Outside line, a big wiggle from Cooley. He saves it and somehow still gets it woe down.
Ty Fisher up to 11th. We saw him dealing with that penalty on the grid and then got cycled out and now back up to 11th. Good drive out of him.
That's great recovery drive.
And now with the fastest time of the day, Ty, trying to make up that.
Yeah, wow, he is doing a superb job.
A 123.585.
So, Evan Cooley is now 4th with Weldon 5th. Yeah, Weldon got around on Emma Scarborough, I think, in the turn 2-3 area. Then behind Emma, it's Rodrigo Gonzalez. That train is heading up. Look at that. Up out of turn 8 and 9 onto the banking. Weldon's the guy that is, you can't even see him behind Evan Cooley here. Cooley now swinging out wide on Vergara, trying to. Vergara swings out to try and make the move on Hudson Potter, and Weldon tucks right in between. We've got 5 cars side by side by side. Oh, really, really tight down through, and the exit of 2 a little bit wide.
And
Both of them forced out wide. Oh, this is an opportunity for Weldon, but now he's on the outside through the bowl, and he's going to be on the wrong side as they exit turn 4. Now he cuts over to the right, trying to get down and inside Vergara. Heading into 7. Look at this.
they are really jockeying for positions here. Side by side, double deep.
And actually, that's Vergara in 2nd, so Weldon just got through on Hudson Potter. And look at that. That little side-by-side battle through turn 7 has given Scorpione and Vergara now about a 10-car length lead over that group. Weldon side-by-side on the exit of 9. Wow, did he square up 8 beautifully, and now he's down to the inside of Hudson Potter. That's a good spot to be in here. Have to see if Hudson drops low. Try and get a little toe and then pop back out again.
These front 2 cars have made a little room from the pack.
They really have.
And now they're, looks like they're going to go at it at turn 1. They're
Yeah,
almost side by side, then tucks back in.
Oh, and I thought Vergara was going to cut down underneath, and Scorpione sensed that was coming and just shallowed up his entrance a little bit and blunted Vergara. That was just really nice racing. But Weldon now up into 3rd. Hudson Potter 4th. And then Rodrigo Gonzalez now, I think, is up into that 5th spot, demoting Cooley now to 6th. That's Evan Cooley. There are 2 Coolies in the field. The 91 is Evan, the 92 of Brendan, who's in 8th at this point, right behind Emma Scarborough.
I'm thinking they're brothers, right?
They've got to be, yeah.
Because yesterday, I don't know if it was mom or not, but she said, "Go Cooley boys."
There you go, yep. And they are having a solid run here. Look at this, Pat. Ooh, late in that group. Big dive move to the apex of 8. Oh, the car on the outside off into the dirt. But the battle continues here, and Joao Vergara already to the outside of Scorpione. Working that outside line. It's the longer way to go. And Weldon going to try and come up the inside. You can see those 3.
Side by side.
Now Weldon packs and moves to
Yep.
the outside.
Joao takes first.
Oh, Vergara, huge wiggle. Somehow saves it, but floats wide enough as he gets in. He can't turn into 2 as early as he wants. Evan Cooley spearing off and back on. Great save. Couple of cars off in that one.
Definitely a pucker moment.
Oh, huge. But Weldon, the minute he saw Vergara have that wiggle, he dove to the inside, and Vergara could not get the door closed, and Ollie Weldon up into 2nd. And Vergara may have lost a little bit more ground even. Ooh, Vergara's off. Nope, sorry, wrong car. My bad. 2 cars look like they may have interlocked wheels, and guess where? Exit of 7.
A lot of action there.
That has been a big problem area. Yeah, Vergara is still out there. I hope these two other cars might be able to continue here, as we have 3 to go. So it'll be 2 to go this time by. Here's Vergara with Weldon, 1-2, then a Scorpione, and then the Cooley. Brendan Cooley, when Evan and Patricio Gonzalez were the two that ran wide at 2, and Brendan Cooley, who had been back in 8th, has jumped up into 4th. That's a pretty. Hey, we talked about being optimistic,
Right.
and you sense an opportunity there. You got it. The lead 3 now have made a really huge break here, as we have 2 to go. So it'd be white flag, I think, next time by, and it would take something pretty catastrophic from the lead trio here for the brothers Cooley, Gonzalez. Ty Fisher is up into 7th, continuing his march through the field.
We expected him to really put a march on the field and see what he could do. He started this restart way in the back.
And he just picked up another spot. He just got down the inside of Patricio. See him?
Yep.
And that is now going to promote him up into the top 6. So Ty Fisher, a man on a mission.
Making it happen.
The brothers Cooley, that's an interesting battle for who's going to be 4th, who's going to be 5th. And then the group behind them, that's Rodrigo, Gonzalez, Fisher, and Connor Aspley. Here we go. Vergara gets the white flag. Ollie Weldon, 71 thousandths behind him. Again, Vergara has to protect big time, Tiffany, down into turn 2, and does it really well. But Weldon now opens it up. I think he wanted to try and see if he could make a move to the outside down here in the bowl, and Vergara having none of that.
Yeah, the Cooley boys went into turn 1 side by side.
Contact! Oh. Ty Fisher and Connor Aspley right at the exit of that little flick, the left-hand flick through turn 5. I think Connor was trying to wedge his way underneath there right as Ty had turned in for that corner. Remember, Ty did get a penalty for blocking. I don't know that was a block. I don't think he's recognized that Connor was going to be there. But here's our lead trio. Where do you want to be in this group here on this last lap? You want to be leading, 2nd, 3rd?
Well, if 2nd and 3rd can kind of work together,
yep,
they can put Vergara in a bad spot, huh?
Yeah, and this is it. There they are.
Scorpione just set his best time of the race so far with a 124.1.
Boy, he's a little too far back to be able to do much. I think he's going to watch this battle for the win. And Weldon's coming. He's in the draft. What's he going to do? Dives to the inside. It's a drag race, and it's Vergara at the line by 37 1/1000ths over Ollie Weldon. It's Scorpione 3rd. Evan Cooley getting back around Brendan for 4th. Then Brendan. Gonzalez, Matanachev having a great run up into the 7th spot. Ty Fisher ends up in 8th with that little bit of contact. And Ty, it wasn't, Matan had the blocking penalty.
Okay.
Ty had the avoidable contact.
Yes.
3-place penalty. But again,
back him up on the grid, yeah.
What an astounding drive once again. And, again, Vergara started 8th. And just systematically, patiently worked his way up and got to the lead.
Very impressive.
Yep. And Ollie Weldon, that was almost a brilliant piece of drafting and slingshot right at the end.
I mean, they were side by side, just, what did you say, 3/10?
Yeah. Just incredibly close.
3/1000th?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, just incredibly close there at the line. Wow, what a race. Diego Guillot had a really, really good run, too. We were trying to keep our eyes on stuff. He 16th to 10th for Diego. And I think he brought Diego Ardilius right with him. He did, because he finished 11th after starting in the 17th spot. So there was some absolutely crazy activity going on out there. Cooper Shipman, 14th, worked his way into 9th. And unfortunately, Emma Scarborough faded to 13th, I think. She got caught in the outside in one of those big scrums, and those doors just suddenly shut.
Right.
And so problem for her. But again, just a phenomenal second of 3. I'm so excited. We get one more race of this Winter Series to be calling here yet this afternoon. So fabulous run. Congratulations to Joao Vergara, Ali Weldon, and Leonardo Scorpioni for the podium. And for Leonardo, second straight race where he's been right and led most of it and ended up off of the top step of the box. You think he's going to be determined when we get to race 3 this afternoon?
Oh, race 3 is going to be on.
It's going to be awesome. And we'll, of course, have that for you. That's scheduled to start right around 3:20 this afternoon. With that, we are heading into our lunch break here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. As you can see, if you're watching on the stream here, we will be back with the Prototype GT Grid Walk. Tiffany will be taking us through that. And that is anticipated around 12:40, 12:45. Just keep an eye on the monitor here. And we'll have the grid walk, then we'll have the third sprint of 4 on the day for the FARA GTs and prototypes. We'll be kicking off our afternoon of activity, which will then be followed by Pro Spec Miata, their big feature race, a couple of HPDE sessions, the Winter Series Race 3, Super Lap Series, and Prototype Sprint Race 4 of 4.
God, we got a lot of racing on the menu still.
We do.
It's going to be a fun afternoon.
It's going to be great. So come back and join us. Again, for the grid walk, it says about 1 p.m. I might be ready around 12:45. Perhaps we'll see how everything goes. And we'll see you then. Have a great lunch. Hey, folks here at the track, get to those food trucks and then head on over to Garage 18 and do a little wheeling.
Yeah. See you shortly.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway. Grid walk about to commence here for this third of 4 sprint races for the GTs and prototypes. To take you through the grid walk, let's get down trackside to Tiffany Alexander.
Hello. Good afternoon, I guess. It's just now noon, I guess, out here in beautiful Miami, Florida. We're at the Homestead-Miami Speedway for the FARA Miami 500. And look at these beautiful ladies who are joining me. Some of the ladies that make it happen here at FARA. We're going to go take a walk and look at the cars. So maybe we can get a word in with Nathan. Nathan Bird. Would you like to give us a word? We're doing our grid walk.
Yeah, it's just it's really nice seeing all the fans out here. Some guys getting in and out of the cars, little kids, and it's really nice talking to all the fans and just car enthusiasts in general. And looking forward to the race. A little change of plans. I thought I was racing Sprint Race 4, so I'm racing Sprint Race 3. Fine with me. And get just a chance to interact with fans. It's a lot of fun. And yeah, looking forward to the race. Looks like we're starting pole. And I think my main competition yesterday, he was on different tires, but I was still going to try to race against him. He's not here today. But, yeah, we'll see how the race turns out. I think it'll be a fun time no matter what.
Awesome. Well, good luck.
Yeah,
we'll be rooting for you.
Thank you.
Look at this gorgeous car. Oh, yeah. I mean, you're starting from the right end of the field, right? Mm-hmm. Just got to keep it there. Yep. Good luck to Nathan, also known as the Birdman. So we got the Stax Auto Lifts car. We got another one. Hi.
How are you?
How are you?
Great, thank you.
You're going to be driving?
I am going to be driving.
Are you going to be winning?
That's the goal, right?
Are you going to be chasing Nathan over here?
I'm going to be chasing him. His car's a little bit faster, but we'll see what we can do to put up a little bit of a challenge for him.
Okay. So it's going to be the two of you just battling it out.
This is the big battle here between Justin and I.
Okay.
So we have the same car. So
they're both beautiful, right?
Yeah, they're great. It's awesome.
So how do you like this track here?
It's great. Homestead's awesome, and being with FARA is great. It's good gentleman driving. Everyone drives clean and fast, which is a lot of fun.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there. Thank you. Okay. Got it. Okay. So these two were saying they're about the same cars, so they're going to be battling it out. I'm trying not to eat my hair here. Okay, so the beautiful metallic burnt orange. Okay, let's keep rolling. Look at all the Porsches. The Audi of Cupcake Racing. This is the GT4 coming up next. Wait, let me let the camera guy catch up with me. That is a beautiful Audi. So this is a GT4, one of my favorites. The fast red wheels. I don't see Aline. I was going to try to say hey to her. So this is her Janetta. We saw her win her class yesterday, doing very strong. She's from Brazil. Fierce female competitor. And we saw this car really give her a run for her money. Just stayed with her all day, making her earn that win. Nice BMW. Sponsored by the TLM Group. Beautiful Martini livery GT4 Club Sport. Over here, next to the BMW. That's the Santiagos are driving the BMW. Don't see the drivers suiting up yet. And this is Sophia's car. Let's see if we can grab Sophia. What about racing with Sophia?
Hi. Hi.
We have camera on.
Hi. What's up?
Are you going to be racing?
Yes, I will be racing today, and I'm very, very excited to actually get everything started here and actually get super comfortable and actually have a really good time. So, yeah.
Awesome. So how long have you been doing this?
This is my third season racing. So, and every race I've ever done has been with FARA, except for one weekend where I was endurance racing, but all 3 years have been with FARA, so it's been amazing.
So that sounds like that's your favorite.
So far, so good. Yes, I definitely have. My first year was in the Cayman, actually, right there.
Okay.
I got the Sprint and Enduro Championship in 2023, and in 2024, I got the Enduro Championship with my current car, so I'm definitely excited to keep it going.
Oh, that's really exciting. Okay, we'll be looking out for you. Good luck.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you.
And if you want to follow Sophia, it's Racing with Sophia is her handle. I grabbed her while she was in the middle of a conversation. I'm going to come right behind you. Sorry. And they're ready to race. So we got a few more cars down here. And we see all the drivers getting suited up and getting ready. This race is going to go live in just a few minutes. We'll go ahead and send it back to Greg. And he'll give you the grid order and run through that for you. And I'll be back up in the booth to check with him in just a minute. Thank you.
All right, Tiffany, thank you very much. Great grid walk. And looking forward to this race coming up here, the third of the 4 30-minute sprint races for the GT and prototype machines. And they are all gridded up, and Tiffany giving us a look at a lot of them. And absolutely fabulous machines. Got some prototypes at the sharp end of the grid, and then a great field of GT cars that have already put on a couple of fabulous races, and looking forward to that to continue. Of course, we have one more that'll be coming up right as our last door-to-door, wheel-to-wheel competition action of the day, about 5 o'clock, about 5 p.m. We'll be starting that one and getting ready to go. It should be a lot of fun here, but the grid is starting to clear. And in very short order, we should have these gorgeous machines out on track and getting ready to go for their event. Going to take you through here now the starting lineup. So they tend to get around here. And again, they will use the oval 3 and 4 configuration just for the pace lap to allow the cars opportunity to get lined up as opposed to coming out of that really tight 13, 14, 15 section. But then when the racing starts, they will be using the full infield circuit. As always, the prototypes will start up front, and it will be led by the number 29 of Teddy Alvarado, who is the winner in the FP2 category in the second race of the event yesterday. And after the qualifying sets the field for race 1, the rest of the races, the starting grid is based on the finishing order of the preceding race. So the starting order for this one is based on how they finished in race number 2. Now, Colin Queen, in that stunning KTM crossbow, had won the GT1A category and should be starting in that position here. I don't see the car out there, so they may have a scratch, and that is indeed unfortunate. We are also going to see the number 9 of Gabriel Zenarchik. That is our FP3 Ralt chassis car. Will be out there. And I also think after having a problem and finishing back in the order a little bit, the FP1 winning car, particularly from race 1 of the 25 of Martin Bruhat, and will be out in that car shared with himself and Robert Haub. And Robert Haub is the driver slated to run in race 3 here. So those are the 3 prototypes. Then moving on down through the field, the number 10 of Jody Miller has not shown up on the grid either, as far as I can see. So that then leaves the pole sitter in the overall pole sitter, if you will, in the GT ranks. The car that finished third in GT1A yesterday in race 2, the 68 of David Tuwati from TLM Motorsports. And expect David to be driving that one. Starting in the next spot was fourth in GT1A, the number 210. And believe it or not, I don't see that out on the grid either. So that would then move into position. The GT1B winner, the 87 of the championship car from last year in GT1B, Mark Julian. In that stack lifts entry, good looking Porsche for sure. Then starting second in the GT1B category behind Mark Julian will be the 7, the all-white machine, the beautiful Porsche Justin Levine. Starting next would be the winner in the GT2A category. That's the number 80 of Manny Gomez in that stunning, I'm trying to remember the color, electric orange, burnt orange McLaren. I would call it copper as well. It's absolutely stunning. Metallic burnt orange, I'm getting corrected here. The gorgeous McLaren Altura. It looks good in any color, but I got to admit that metallic burnt orange looks pretty spectacular. Then next up would be the car that finished in the 5th spot in GT1A, the 315 Porsche of Carlos Makina. Then starting next, the car that finished second in GT2B, the number 67, that glorious sounding Audi R8 LMS. Silver with the red stripes, just that V10 just howls in that car. It is a thing of beauty to listen to and to watch. And then next up, the car that finished third in GT1B. Speaking of a howl, the number 24, the Corvette of Juan Vento. Now, I don't see that car out there either, so they may be having some sort of an issue. And some of these people are just running on Saturday. That's part of it. And they would have certainly qualified for today's race, but they may have had to pack up and Might have a business that they had to get back to. Then it'll be in the next starting spot, the driver that finished third in GT2A, the number 27, Connor Cavalli, and that is in a gorgeous TLM Porsche. I think that's the Cayman GT4. Then the car that was the winner in GT2B in all three of the events yesterday, the two sprints and the enduro, the beautiful blue 55 Ginetta, the light blue Ginetta, and that is being helmed, of course, by Adolfo Rossi and Aline Cipriati, and I'm not sure which of them will be driving here in race 3. Then it'll be the car that finished second to them in all of those events, the car of Jose and Alfonso Santiago, who I think you may have heard from during the grid walk. That car will start next up in the order. Then the car that finished fourth, I should say, in GT2A, James Hamann, that gorgeous Porsche. Then we move to yet another Porsche, the car that was finished fourth in GT1B, Sophia Basler in her yellow and black Porsche. Then starting in the next spot, car that finished fifth in GT1B, that is 375 Avi Cohen. Then we move to the car that finished fifth in GT1B. That is the beautiful Flame Ferrari of Gary Young. Then starting next up, the car that was sixth in GT1B, the all red, the Rosso Corsa color Ferrari of Greg Lambert. Then we will have the BMW, the number 78 that won the GT3 category, and that is Marco Pisa. And he is sharing for the weekend with Rick Tamarian, but I don't know which one of them will be driving in these last two races. In the number 55, that is another BMW. That is the car of Jose de las Casas and Mario Cater. And I think it's probably Mario that's going to be in that car based on what we were told earlier. Then we have our Honda Wars competitors, the number 89 of Luis Canahuate, who won yesterday, and the 6 of Wilbur Perez will be out there as well. We have a late entry that's supposed to be starting at the back of the field. It is a very fast GT1A Porsche car in the hands of a very fast driver, Angel Benitez Jr., the number 05. So we'll see if that machine made it out and whether they will be going after it here as well. But that's your starting lineup for this third of 4 30-minute sprint races here for the opening weekend of the FARA Championships in the GT and Prototype category. Oh, we just got a report that the 29 of Teddy Alvarado had a problem on the grid. And I'd looked up and I thought I saw a prototype at the back instead of that Porsche. And sure enough, get a report that he had a problem on the grid and has dropped to the back. So it should be spectacular watching Teddy come through the field here. And as always, we are going to have a split start. So we'll have two prototypes, then a gap back to that front row for the GT cars, led by David Tuati in that brilliant orange and blue Porsche. But we are watching for it. We're green! Sprint number 3 is underway, and Martin Bruhat drops the hammer, accelerates out in front of Gabriel Zanarchik. Now wait for the green, and it's green for prototype. And oh, what a start by Tuati. The 87 of Mark Julian napping just a little bit. And the cars head down into turn 1 for GT. Tuati hanging on in front, and it didn't look as though Justin Levine, even though Julian had a little bit of a delayed start, didn't get a shot at taking advantage of it. And the GT car is now working through. Oh, look at this run. A great acceleration, though, through 4 and 5. And just that fast, Mark Julian up and alongside and moves in front of the TLM Porsche. Wow. May have been napping right at the start, but woke up in turns 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, let's see if that Porsche of Tuati, a little bit more top-end speed. Is it there to make a pass? No, not quite enough. Levine thinks about it, and that was almost more of a defensive move for Justin to keep Carlos Magina from working through. Overall leader coming by us right now. That beautiful Praga prototype in the hands of Robert Haub. Then Zanarchik's Radical, and here they come. Wow, what an opening lap. A storming opening lap here for the 87 of Mark Julian, the defending champion in GT1B. Duati sitting in the GT1A lead, 4th overall. And it is the 315 of Carlos Medina is on the prowl. And Angel Benitez has already moved up into 6th overall, folks. Curious what his time was, a 1:33.6. The only GT car quicker than that was Mark Julian. Oh, we've got a car that's gone into the wall. Yep, can see it there, folks, just to the right of your screen. Unusual place to have contact, and you'd think then it was a side-by-side with somebody in turn 5 that then just sort of speared him over into the wall. So we may have an early caution in this one, unless that car somehow miraculously can ease itself away here. Another car off, a couple of them. It looks like the Ferrari of Gary Young. Yep, that's unfortunate. And that may be the 410 of Santiago, perhaps. I don't think so. I think that might actually be maybe Avi Cohen in the 375. All right, now, getting a report. We do have the full course caution coming out, and the car we're looking at might well actually be the car that was involved in that first incident down in turn 5. I managed to limp it there, but no further. And, of course, as you could tell, that's in a prime target area for cars that have a moment, would go straight off where he is. So immediately the full course caution flies, and that is going to compress things just a little bit here. Clock will continue to tick away, of course. And, yeah, Gary Young's Ferrari able to continue. He just ran wide. Got in, I think they're a little bit too hot, and then that other car just sort of pulled up. And I believe that is the 375 of Avi Cohen that is stopped there. That's a real shame. So, under caution we are here. And I'll tell you, Angel Benitez, what a storming couple of laps. I have him right now leading in GT1A in the 05 ahead of David Tuati. You know, we were talking about Teddy Alvarado in that FP2, that Wolf Thunder, that is a prototype, is a genuine prototype, but it almost, it has an open wheel sort of feel to it when you see it. And he is charging through the field here. And obviously he's not in the same class as Martin Bruhet or Gnarchik, but still in the prototypes there, you know, the people, they want to be overall. You know what I mean? They want to win this thing overall. And this caution has come out, and it is Robert Haub leading from Gabriel Zanarchik. And then Teddy Alvarado is made up, I don't know, I think he's 2/3 of the way through the pack already. That was a fabulous run for Teddy. And there it is, the 5, that Momentop support on the side of that Porsche of Angel Benitez Jr. And what a storming opening lap they put in.
That didn't take long.
Didn't take long at all.
I guess I'm here for the restart.
That's right. That's right. They went, oh, we can't really race because Tiffany's not back.
I mean.
So, you know, as you say often, it is all about us.
Right. It is warm out there.
Yeah, it looked like you were, I could see you were sucking down some water and everything. But look, you had a great interview. That was wonderful.
Yeah, we got to talk to a few people. Saw Nathan Bird and Sophia. Yeah. She's been doing really well. So I wanted to stop in and say hello to her. And also the Birdman. He's going to be
absolutely.
driving this race instead of David. I think David's going to do the last one.
The last one.
Yeah.
So it is the Birdman in the car.
It is the
Gotcha.
Birdman in the car, yep.
Got it. Well, it was unfortunate. We had Avi Cohen. It looked like Avi maybe had a touch with another car and kissed the barriers right down at the exit of turn number 5 and then limped it to where he stopped now. And separate from that was the car of the Ferrari of Gary Young that just ran a little wide in that area and gathered it up and was able to continue on. So they've already got Avi's car on the hook, and they will be able to get him moved relatively quickly. So we might be able to go green this next time by if everything goes really well.
That would be ideal. Oh, the shade. Yep. Okay.
You hate to see these problems early. Avi had done a nice job, new to this series, and was putting up some pretty good times in his first effort here in the GT2A category. You just hate to see it.
Yeah.
It's part of the game, but
It happens to the best of them.
that it does. So the question is, are we going to be able to go green this time? Lights are still on the pace car as they exit. Yeah, there's still cars over on the track there, so we're just not going to take that risk.
Not quite clear yet.
No.
Yeah.
Well, they had that car up, so I could see the front wheels were up in the air, and now it's back on the ground again, so they may have found something else. Could be that fluid.
Oh, yeah.
That we talk about that they decided, we can't do that.
Yeah, they don't want to drag that around on the track and risk getting any fluids of the slippery nature out there on the course for these racers. They don't want that. They want those tires nice and hot and sticky,
Yeah.
kind of like the humidity outside right now.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I like that. Interestingly, I was talking about it. Teddy Alvarado had a problem on the grid, and he's in that Wolf Thunder, that FP2 car.
Oh, yeah?
That won overall in race 2 yesterday.
Oh.
Had a problem on the grid, ended up leaving the grid last,
Oh, no.
and but is already 2/3 of the way through the field. And had a storming lap. The other big story is Angel Benitez Jr. Was a late entry in the 05 Porsche and started at the back of that group and has already gone to the lead in GT1A. So that has been a brilliant opening couple laps for him.
I'm just looking at the group now, and from the grid order, it's already moved around a bit.
Yeah, it doesn't take long, does it?
It does. From the green flag, they are ready to race.
And the guy that was also really, really good, even though he was a little late getting away, it was Mark Julian at the start, the 87 of Mark Julian, which is a GT1B car, not a GT1A car, lagged a little bit at the start, but from turn 3 to turn 5, got a drive and went right by the Porsche at that point, that 68 from TLM that the Birdman is driving right now, and got to the front.
Is that the Stax car?
That's the Stax lift car, exactly.
Okay.
Just got a brilliant run through that series of corners and has been able to fend off every attack thus far. And then the caution came out, so that car is still there. Now, with Benitez behind him in that GT1A Porsche that's got a little bit more straight line speed, and Angel Benitez Jr., he's a wheelman.
Okay.
No question about it. So I think we could see a change up near the sharp end of things here pretty quick. And, of course, Teddy Alvarado is going to come steaming through this pack in a hurry, too.
Well, yeah, it's showing him back in 9th, but I doubt he's going to stay there for long.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean,
9th overall, yeah.
And you look at his times, he's got a 1:30.2, and the only driver who's been close to that was Martin Bruhat at a 1:30.8. And Teddy did that in traffic. So that tells you just how much pace those Wolf Thunder chassis have. Great looking cars. Lightweight, decent power, lightweight, and Formula car level handling. It's just
nice.
with lots of downforce. All right, looks like we are going green this time.
Course
So
is clear.
Robert Howe will be leading them in that beautiful Praga, the gold, white, and blue. And on the restarts here, because it's single file, they do not use the banking at that point. They run them right through the infield, as they will be racing on here. Pace car is in. Howe leading the field now to a restart. Keep your eye on that black and white Porsche, second in the GTQ, as we go green. And here he comes, Benitez using that power.
He got a great jump off the line there.
Yeah, he really did. And down and in. Ooh, really wide run there for Zanarchek. Able to hang on to it. I think he got sort of out wide because one of the GT cars got up underneath him. And here we go. Yep. So Benitez leads now in the prototype division, or excuse me, in the GT division overall. Still an absolutely fabulous opening few laps for Mark Julian in that GT1B Porsche, who is hooked up right now. Then it's Nathan Bird in the TLM machine, and then a little bit of a gap now back to that all-white number 47 of Justin Levine, second in the GT1B category. Trying to find where our protagonists were in terms of the Ciprianis and Rossi's and the Santiagos, who've been battling each other in every race, trying to pick out where they might be right now.
Showing Adolfo Rossi in 11th overall.
And the 410 of Santiago is 15th, isn't he?
Yep.
So he's got some room he's got to make up here. Where's Manny Gomez? I went for the color and butchered it completely. And our producer had to correct me.
Uh-oh.
So, but we got it.
Okay.
We got it.
Metallic burnt orange.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, look at this. This is pretty impressive here. We've got, at the very sharp end of things, we have the GT leader battling with the overall prototype leader right now for the overall lead.
And our GT1A leader just set the fastest time of the race so far with a 129.5.
Oh, that's booking.
Yeah.
That is really quick. All right, here we go. And here we go, the GT car. That is Benitez, got the lead. And for a second there, Robert Howe with that lightweight car, I thought he might just try a lunge on the brakes because that car's got more aero. Doesn't have the power of that Porsche by any means, but it's got more aero and it's lightweight.
Benitez wasted no time moving straight to the front.
Oh man, the guy, he is, like I said, he is for real. Mark Julian doing a really nice job of hanging on to that third overall spot and keeping the TLM Porsche at bay here, even though that TLM Porsche is a class higher, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And here we go down into turn one. This shot gives you an idea, and then when you go to this shot, gives you an idea of the speeds that they run through turn one.
They're just coming in turn one so fast.
Yep.
It's a very, very quick turn, and then you must get it woed down for turn two, which is quite tight.
Well, and it's one of those corners. One of the things that makes turn two exciting is it isn't a long run from what would be the exit one to turn two.
Yeah.
So
very
oftentimes, and a big lockup down there in turn two, and another car in front going off as well. Sorry, folks, I know didn't have that shot on the stream. It just caught out of the corner. Oh, and it is the Ginetta. And there was another car that went off in front of it. Yep, there it is. That was the 27 that went off, and then the Ginetta followed suit and got in a little bit too hot. May have been target fixation. That happens sometimes.
Oh, no.
But what I was going to say was you're coming through one so fast, and sometimes, especially if you hit that little bump and the car gets a little loose, you're still actually turning or not a little bit of opposite lock when you got to get on the brakes.
Right.
It's tricky getting into turn two.
especially if you come through turn one, booking it.
Bingo.
Yeah. Just run out of room to, straighten up and get it slowed down at all.
I've always loved those kinds of corners.
Yeah.
Where you're still turning from the previous corner when you got to start to slow down for the next one.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a balancing act.
Yeah.
And when you get it right and you make that turn into that next turn
Mm-hmm.
and you just nick that apex perfectly, it's just such a great feeling.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And you see people take advantage of turn one going in faster, but then they can't make two.
Exactly.
And then they go off and get past.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm pretty impressed with Mark Julian's drive. Not that we know he's not a shoe. I mean, he won the championship in that class last year in pretty dominant form. But just to see here that he's outpacing the Birdman right now in that car. And how about the ride by Manny Gomez in that McLaren GT2A car, up now into 6th overall. That is a drive. He is flying right now. I'll tell you what, Robert Garza, we've seen in the previous races that Manny was able to build up, 10, 15-second margins over Garza as the race got in. We're almost 2/3 of the way in this, and Garza is only 2.5 seconds back in that Audi. So they may have hit on something here.
Eddie Alvarado, we'll get that right, up to 5th.
Yeah.
He's been working his way up.
Yeah. And now let's go here. Take a look. There we go. That battle, it is rejoined. After Rossi had that little off in the Ginetta, guess who was the car that ended up right behind him when he rejoined the track?
Yeah.
Our boys.
Yeah. The Santiagos.
The Santiagos. And this is Jose Santiago that's driving this time. And it's those two cars just turning in to turn number 12 there.
And we saw them just have a massive battle yesterday with Aline being able to pull it off at the end.
Yeah, with an I think a great tire-saving run.
Oh, yeah.
And she just played the cards perfectly in that one. And, the thing is, now we've had a pretty long caution in this one. Oh, and a big lunge there. That, I think, was the 315 of Carlos Magina. That's a GT1A Porsche.
Had a car go off in 2. He's back on, going slow, but back on the track.
That's the 27 again. That's Connor Cavalli in that TLM, in the Ansa Motorsports. I think that's a Cayman GT4 Club Sport.
I believe you're correct.
And that's his second straight lap. He's had a problem in 2.
I think he's just overcooking 1 and just can't get it in for 2, maybe?
Yeah, it's either that or maybe he's got some sort of a brake bias issue.
Yeah.
Because he drove very well in the races yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'll tell you what, another battle that we're going to be tracking here because it is a close one. Louis Rene Canawate is doing a superb job in that Honda Wars Canawate speed car, as he is got Albin Roman, the number 111, already 12 seconds back. I was looking at a different car here, and then Wilbur Perez is even farther back. So they are, those two in particular, but Luis Rene is absolutely booking out there. And Isabella Abreu continues to lead in the GT4 category in her Mazda. And a pass. Oh, no, that was, again, that 315 of Carlos Magina. I'm not sure what happened to Carlos. He may have had a spin and got back. Oh, and a big lockup again for the Ginetta. And I wonder if that inside, that left front tire hasn't been flat spotted.
Oh, no, that's not what you want, for
No.
sure. It put a lot of space between her and Santiago, but then you see him kind of catching up a little bit now.
Yeah, a little bit. And I think
After
part
that.
of it was that she got slowed up a little bit when Magina went by in that GT1 car. His first car in your frame right there. And there's, I think that's Adolfo in the car this time. But now I've seen twice going into 2 a fair amount of lockup smoke from that left front. And what happens, folks, if you're not real familiar with racing, is if you get a flat spot, it's basically like taking something that would roll and stopping the roll and then rubbing it on a cheese grater, and it flattens that part off. And if it's bad enough, it just hunts for it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're taking something that's round and putting a square edge on it pretty much. And then every time you stop, it's going to find that spot again and just keep wearing it and making it worse. And the car just will feel like it's beating you to death.
Yep.
I mean, the steering wheel is just going to shake every time you hit
Vibrates like crazy.
I mean, to the point where I was driving one time, it's shaking so bad that like I couldn't, like my vision, it was shaking. I was like, oh. It can be quite annoying, but also definitely affect the performance of a car.
Yeah, that's and the other part of it. The only way you could deal with it is you just have to start braking a lot sooner and softer,
right?
And sort of just roll it gently into the turn. Which isn't always the way to get a fast lap in. So
correct.
But that's part of the game. By the way, hey, we need our Pro Spec Miata field. All of our Pro Spec Miatas to the grid. Because that is coming up next, and we don't want to miss that.
Yeah,
that's going to be awesome. So get there. We have now about 7 minutes left in this one. So this will be interesting to see now if Adolfo is going to be able to hang on to that position here.
Teddy Alvarado. I can't say his name right. Okay, let me do it again. Alvarado.
Yep.
Alvarado.
Yep.
Is up to second. Him just march through the field.
Just marching through the field here. And he's only got Benitez now between himself and the overall lead here. A good job by Todd Brown in that number 44. I think that was another late entry who's doing a superb job in the GT2A category. Right now, it's Gomez, Garza, and Brown. Gomez now has opened that margin up over Garza to about 8 seconds, but Brown is right on the 6 of that silver Audi.
Yeah, just a half a second behind.
Get a report just went through.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is. Wow. Well, Mr. Brown is hooked up here.
Well, Todd Brown did just set his fastest time this last lap by. So put a singing lap in, and it worked out for him.
And I just was watching again the 27 of Connor Cavalli as he came through turn 4, big slide. So I think there's something that's really off in that suspension setup.
Gotcha.
Oh, look at this. I think Garza's going back after Teddy Brown. Side by each as they come out of turn 8 and 9. The drag race, that V10 singing, and he's through. But counter move here, way down to the inside into 12. Couldn't quite get it done. That is, I think, Robert Howe behind him in that Praga, so they're going to be filled with that in their mirrors. That BMW, Teddy Brown and Garza are having a great scrap out there. They're at 5 to go, 5 minutes to go.
And Benitez has got a 21-second gap to the Birdman. I mean, just took off.
Yeah, he's just booking, isn't he? And again, Mark Julian, just an absolutely great job in that GT1B car. I mean, he's a 3rd overall, Julian is. The next GT1B car is Justin Levine back in 9th.
Yeah, that's 33 seconds separating them. So that's huge.
That's a pretty stout effort.
Yeah.
Keep our eyes here on this battle between Garza and Brown. The first car is the prototype of Robert Haub, then Garza in the Audi, then Brown in the Bimmer. And they are running in that GT2A category.
Yeah, and Gomez and Garza are just about 10 seconds apart, and they're running 5th and 6th. And then Todd Brown is just right behind them, running 8th overall. So all kind of right there together.
Yeah, and
within striking range.
And Bruhat has gone through on Garza as well, so he'll be 6th with Garza 7th, and that means there's nobody between Garza and Brown.
Right.
So it's a dead heat battle, and they're coming out of 15 right now, and they were only a car length apart at the apex of 15. And I'll tell you, that Audi puts the power down well with that V10.
It stretched his legs a little on the straightaway.
Yeah, it's got a bit of grunt. Working their way through turn 3. This is that corner that's so critical that you do not exit turn 3 more than mid-track. If you do, you're slow into and through 4 and 5. And then you either are a sitting duck if somebody's behind you into 6 here,
That
or you're just
M4
going to lose ground.
Todd Brown is just staying with him, though.
Yeah,
He's just
he's
not
there.
letting him get away. Actually, in some of the places, it looks like he's closing the gap a little bit, but then they get back to a straightaway, and you see it kind of open up a little bit. It's really kind of maintaining that right under a second split between them.
Yeah, I think some of it is we know those BMWs are just wickedly good on the brakes.
Yeah.
Really good on the brakes. I think that Audi, as we've talked about, just a little bit more straight line speed for 2 reasons. One, it's got that V10, and 2, it's just slipperier. And so it's able to ease away a little bit. But then, like over there, turn 12, watching Brown, he makes up about 2 car lengths under the braking. And as he turns into 13 here, now 14.
So they're right together again.
Yeah, it's
super close.
It's 2 cars that on an average lap are very close in time, but how they do it is differently.
Quite different.
As we have under 2 to go.
2 to go. They're coming through traffic now, so one got around and now Brown's got around. Oh, that rhymes. Huh? I think I like that.
And I see the white flag in the starter's hands here. And here comes Angel Benitez accelerating out of the last turn. White flag comes out. 1 to go here in sprint 3. But I'll tell you, Rossi is now completely alone in the Ginetta. I'm not sure what happened there. Was that Teddy Alvarado? Because I see Zanarchek is pitted, but Teddy came by, and that car did not sound like it was strong at all. Meanwhile, your leader overall, Benitez, through turn 7 now.
Gomez through, going to start the last lap. He's leading in GT2A.
There he is, working some back traffic for Angel Benitez as he accelerates out of 8. And it's a ways back before we see the second car that's out there. So we're just going to follow our race leader here and bring him home. What a run he put in.
Benitez is just checked out on the rest of everybody.
Yeah, he's just absolutely flying right now. 21.8 for a best lap. That is really quick for a non-prototype car. And here he is, coming to the line. Checkers fly. Angel Benitez taking the win. Here comes Teddy Alvarado. There's Justin Levine who comes through. There's Teddy winning in the FP2. Here comes Rossi. Great drive there by Mark Julian. And who's going to do what in the Brown versus Garza competition?
See Gomez coming.
There they are. Boy, it is still wicked close for second in class. Brown trying to open up all the angles to get as much of a run through 15 as he can. He gave it his best, but now the V10 in the Audi comes up on the pipe, and Garza hangs on for second in what was the hands down the best scrap of the race for that second spot.
It was really amazing to see the two cars,
Yeah.
how the performance was quite different, but then they could kind of, use the best of each to maximize that and stay together.
Absolutely. Fun race.
Really put on a good race there for GT 2A.
GT2A, yeah.
I get
Won
my-
by Manny Gomez in the McLaren.
Get my letters and numbers straight one of these days.
Like I said, there's a little bit of alphabet soup here.
Mm-hmm.
But again, a great drive by Mark Julian to win GT1B. And GT2A, that was Gomez, as we said, just a fabulous run. GT2B. Alfonso Santiago. No, that's not right, is it?
Yeah, I've got GT2B as Alfonso. Yeah.
Huh. Well, then where did...
Are there two of them?
Oh, yeah, it
No.
should have been the 55, the Janetta. I think came through. Maybe it could be just a transponder miss. And winning in the, do want to give him a shout out in the Honda Wars category. Luis Canahuete doing a superb job out there with a dominant win. Isabella Abreu winning in GT4 in her number 11. So that concludes GT and Prototypes Sprint 3. One more to go. That will wrap up our door-to-door competition at the end of the day today, starting about 5 o'clock. In very short order, we are going to have the feature race for Pro Spec Miata.
This is going to be awesome.
Yes, it is. We'll be with you for that in just a minute. We are back once again here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Warm afternoon, sunny, warm, and we've got what should be absolutely hot activity on the track in terms of the feature, if you will, for Pro Spec Miata. And the racing that they have put on here already has been just off the hook. So this should be
Fabulous.
pretty mega. Yeah.
Yes.
Can't wait for this to unfold.
Very entertaining.
And Stuart McAleer has just been the guy, hasn't he? He has done such an incredible job.
He has put on quite the clinic out here, right?
He has. He really has. And, you know, the guys that have been able to stay with him, obviously Frankie Barroso has done a really nice job. You would expect that of a former and defending champion in the Pro Spec Miata category. But we have seen this draft. It just is a huge thing for everybody to be dealing with in this session here to figure out how to make that work and how to get everybody to be able to, you know, where do you want to be at what point on the track to actually have a shot at the win. It's a lot easier said than done, isn't it?
Who do you want to work with? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the lineup order for this race is the finishing order from race number 2, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And it's going to be interesting to see. There's a couple of drivers out there that are out of position a bit in this. And
they got kind of sorted back
Yeah.
through the end of the race. Yeah. So can they work their way back up, find somebody to work with? Does some of the cars up front get in trouble? We'll
I like
see.
how you put it, alliances.
It's a line. It's like it's one of those like survival shows, Beast Games. Do have to check that one out because that's just ruthless
All right.
and entertaining. It's kind of like this.
Ruthless and entertaining.
Yeah, that's how I would call Spec Miata. Okay, pace car is in.
That's a good way to put it.
Ruthless and entertaining.
All right, Stuart McAleer in that dark black or dark blue 18, bringing him to the line. We're green. Final race of the weekend for Pro Spec Miata. McAleer, Barroso, but look at Vento right up behind McAleer, trying to force his way past on Frankie. See if he can make a move. Frankie's going to pin him. He used that outside line, pins him a little bit, and looks like he has held on to that second spot. Vento actually might drop back just a little bit more because that orange Miata on his inside now through the bowl into 4. It's going to have that inside line as they head into turn 6. Barroso
rate him out of room, yeah.
Boy, and did he get a run and just gives McAleer, here we go again, that same strategy is those two bump each other out into the distance.
Right. It works. It's been working for them all weekend. I mean, why change it now?
Yeah. Let the others fight for the scraps on the podium is kind of what their mindset is. And then
quite scrappy back there.
It is. And of course, just to make things interesting for us, 3 orange Miatas, 2 blue ones.
Right. Well, no shortage of orange Miatas right there together.
There truly is not. Boy, that you have been so adept at just getting these opening lap big leads. Oh, and that third place Miata. Looks like he missed a gear and everything just laid down. And when that happens,
about like 8 cars.
I know. That's the thing. These momentum type cars that by design, you know, these Miatas are incredibly great handling cars, but not a lot of power for the weight. And when the momentum goes away, that's what happens. And, I hate to see that. That's either Josh Green or Todd Burris, I think. And we'll find out now as they come by. That was Todd Green. Yep, the 46. Just plummeted, or Josh Green just plummeted down the order here. And I think I just saw Nate Cicero make a move and grab third away from Burris going in. 3 abreast at the apex of 3. Are you kidding me? I didn't know that was even possible. That was insane. And looks like it's Cicero. Wow, what a run. He got around on Burris, and that opened the door up, too, as Vento slipped through. So Todd drops from 3rd to 5th. Because of a 3 abreast move in turn 3. I'm going to remember that one for a while.
Right. McAleer and Barroso just trying to check out.
Oh, and look at this. Again, Frankie just boom right onto that bumper, giving him that bump draft on McAleer, pushing them farther forward. Ventos now. Watch for him. He's behind that first car that's coming into 8. No, he didn't make the late dive. Yo, wow, look at this. From nowhere.
No.
Oh, that was
No.
incredibly optimistic.
Presumptuous.
Wow.
Okay.
3 cars off
Just
over there.
Kind of slid through the apex and took out 2 competitors.
Yeah, that was
Almost like there was a problem. I mean,
yeah.
there was definitely a problem, but
Yeah, the problem was just too fast and way too late on the brakes. He came from Miami to try and make that pass. So now we've got 2 groups of 2.
some wheel rub smoke on is that Mike Leo?
That
Blue and orange for Vento.
oh, it's Vento. Okay. Seeing some smoke and another car off at the exit at 2. Gathered it up and almost clouded another of the cars. And it wasn't an unsafe entry. It was just still trying to finish the catch.
I don't think he ever let up.
No, I don't think so either. Well, that just slows you down, right?
Well, yeah, there's that. So some of the cars that had the incident that were involved, you see them kind of coming into the pits now. So might be a day ender for them.
Yeah, the first car coming in. Oh, that's a shame. That is Cicero, who's been having some really good runs. And I think he was the one that got clouded. Yeah, look at that car crabbing. You can see the right rear on that is seriously towed in. And then the 20 of Hishmi. That may have been Hishmi who made that big lunge. Meanwhile,
Coming from Vento with some tire smoke.
that's
Still.
what we're getting reported. There's your 2 leaders, and then the next duo, the blue cars, coming by. Vento and Leo. Didn't see any smoke there, so it must be loaded in a certain position on the turn. And then behind them is Josh Green and then Burris. So Burris was one of the, that's a shame. I think Todd was one of the guys that was ushered off over there as well.
Oh, no.
That's a shame.
Oh, move
the lead, Barroso. Well, he got a great run out of 5, clearly. And these guys play this so well because absolutely no fight from McAleer, no attempt to block.
Yeah.
Understanding that if he does that, it slows them both down, and they've got that big margin right now of 5 seconds.
Yeah, they don't want to give that back.
No. No, you want to keep it so it's just mano a mano here.
And tuck back in and wait for his opportunity.
That's interesting that every once in a while in racing, your most effective weapon is patience. And that's not a common thing for a race car driver.
Right. Patience and aggression at the same time.
Exactly. Controlled aggression. We'll put it that way. Mike Leo, really nice run for him here. Benefited, obviously, from a couple of cars coming together, but he is matching Marcos Vento. And Marcos right now in those 2 dueling for 3rd. And they... Marco's one heck of a driver, and Mike Leo's right there. Good stuff.
Like they might be trying to work together a little bit.
Then on his own little island here is Josh Green in the 46.
We saw him fall back, and then he's back up there.
Yeah, and he's got Burris behind him now.
And Burris just set the fastest time of the race so far. So coming with a vengeance.
Yeah. I'm sure he's a little frustrated at this stage.
Maybe he's channeling that
Yeah,
frustration.
Yeah, well, we talked about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do when the red mist hits?
You channel it.
You channel it, exactly. Find that zone a little bit. But he's definitely closing. And there's a lot of racing yet to go. We got 22 and a half minutes. And if Burris can catch Josh Green and then the 2 of them work together, I'm not sure they'd be able to get up to Barroso and McAleer, but they might be able to get up and make it a four-way battle for that final step on the podium yet. Burris is definitely closing on green.
Well, their last lap, Burris was almost a second faster.
Oh, and a spin, exiting
Oh.
5. Just caught it in the background there. Not sure who that was.
Kind of metallic blue, medium blue.
There we go. Yeah, couldn't pick up that number, but got it going again. That's good. And Burris is definitely reeling Josh in here. Down to a matter of about 4 car lengths at this stage. Here go your leaders. Then you're going to have this pack of Ventos.
Oh, you just see him closing.
Ooh,
Burris.
and look at this. McAleer now taking the opportunity as they do that drafting exchange, working together. And Ventos has opened up a bit of a margin, hasn't he now, over Mike Leo.
Yeah, but Josh Green and Todd Burris are catching up to him.
They are. That's a factor if Todd is running so quick now that Josh has been having to up the ante. And Frankie Barroso does that little peek. Let's see, he's got a nice run again, but normally right about now he just drives right into the back of McAleer and just pops him along.
You see Josh and Burris catching up.
And here we go. There they are. And now here comes Ventos. Opened up that little bit of a gap, and then Leo, Green, and Burris.
And they're definitely closing up that gap to Leo. I might see a pass there shortly.
Burris now has got a nice run. Got a double toe here as they're coming up, both of them now. Oh, that was
nice
interesting.
bump.
Josh Green just got right into the back of Leo and gave him a honking shove. I think he did that because had he not done that and sped Leo up, Burris might have got them both.
Right.
With that toe.
Now all three of them kind of working together. Burris trying to get back in the line.
And essentially right now, Leo is what a friend of mine, Kyle Heyer, another really talented young announcer, calls a draft bridge.
Ah.
That if he can stay there, but he runs a little wide. Yep, feeling the pressure. That's going to slow him down. Unfortunately, it might slow these guys down behind him. We'll see if Josh or Todd at this point says, well, it's time to make the move.
We're going to come around, yeah. Looking on the outside there.
Yep,
setting up for the next turn. They're going to have a better line. One gets past, Josh gets past, and now Todd too.
Yep, followed him right through. Now they got to do it all again to get up to Vento. Meanwhile, the leaders up into turn 8 just continue to play the draft game to perfection here. And outside of this group, Center Smith in the 55 is 7th, the 8th spot being carried by the 787 of Rob Ashcroft. 9th is the 92 of Jonah Cullen, and completing the top 10, the 117 of Kalen Kinley having a really nice run.
Well, with Burris pushing him, Josh Green set his fastest time of the race so far.
Pretty
They
lap,
are,
yeah.
They're trying to make up some time on Vento. Looks like they're doing it.
They are.
Quite quickly.
Ooh.
They're going to go for the pass here on the front straightaway.
That was a great toe and the shove from Burris. And look at Burris, little slide there. Saved it. But man, he is they are working together brilliantly. And now they are, it's a three-way battle for third if Leo can run them down. But again, Leo runs wide there through 3. That's going to cost him here. And meanwhile, Frankie Barroso Gets a little bit better run out of 5, goes to the inside. Stewart says, after you. Tucks right in behind.
Frankie had the fastest time of the race so far with a 140.2.
Pretty quick around here in these conditions, the heat of day.
It is a really warm afternoon.
Welcome to Miami.
Yeah.
Dirt tracking by our leaders coming out at turn 8 and 9.
Miami, Florida does not disappoint.
No.
Man, they have just put a huge between them and third.
Yeah, they really have. It's just, we thought what they did in the last race was, but now it's even better. Now, Burris, with a little help from Vento over in the banking, as they're going to be at you here, this next group of folks on the feed. And Burris went high, and Vento went with them.
Like they've cut Josh Green out of it.
Yep, Josh now slipped back.
Yeah, he moves back to 5th. It's Vento and Burris working together. Get that pass done. All about alliances.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's impressive what Frankie does through 3, 4, and 5. Now that he's out front, he got a run out of 4 and 5 where McAleer couldn't even run him down with that little bit of a toe. You do get a little bit of a toe from 5 down to 6 here in these cars. McAleer didn't close up on him at all, and he's not closing up on him here in the run down to 8 either. So Barroso has just been really good in the twisty bits.
And that's where it counts.
Absolutely. Back at it there, but boy, I'll tell you, this battle, Mike Leo's not far from being able to make that a 4-way scrap for 4th. Just sort of hanging in there, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Josh Green is getting a little disconnected with the with Burris and Vento, though.
Yeah, he is.
They're kind of working together and moving away from him.
Oh, look at this, side by side, all the way down the front straight, and Frankie lets him through, but that came early, and so all the way down this front straight, instead of running in tandem together, nose to tail, they were running side by side, and that is going to change that margin. I mean, it's a stout 10 right now, 10 seconds.
Yeah, they've definitely built in some room to play against the rest of the field with each other.
Frankie gets that great run, and boom, right into the back of McAleer, gives him that little shove. That alone may have made up what they lost down the front straight.
Maybe so.
It's they aren't shy about giving, using the chrome horn. And as long as the guy in front of you understands, and a lot of times if you're watching really close, you'll see the guy in the lead car giving the old, yeah, come on, hit me, hit me.
Really? Okay.
We can make this work. Let's do this. Oh yeah, lots of hand signals in Spec Miata racing. And when you're in front, you're certainly indicating, but you're also looking in the mirror trying to see what the driver behind you
is he going to help
might
you
be
or come around you?
What's he doing? Is he giving you the I'm with you? And we got him change up for third. Vento's back through. Look at Burris closing up on that run. Boom.
Give him a little
Gets
boom.
him right there.
Yeah.
All right. It was 10 seconds last time by. I'm really curious what this margin is going to be this time through. 11 and a half.
Wow.
That's a second and a half made up in one lap.
That's impressive.
Yep. Now, some of that would have been the pass that they made over an 8 that Ventos made, so it slowed them both a little bit coming out of 8.
Right. they were still able to keep that, a decent amount of space from Josh Green, not
Yes, they
able
were.
to connect with him.
Right.
They got it. So Vento got it done without really costing him too much time and letting Josh catch back up.
Well, then that's where, Todd Burris is one of the more experienced Spec Miata drivers. He's been doing this for a while and is really, really good. And he's one of those guys that is, the minute Vento moved over and made it clear he was coming down the inside, Todd would have just let him through.
Okay.
Knowing, if we fight now, it's going to get even worse. And I think Todd at this point has probably conceded the win unless, again, something massive happens up front. But Todd also understands that if he fights Vento and tries to stop that pass, Josh is going to be all over him.
All over them, yeah. He's just kind of in pouncing range. And they're Vento and Burris are just doing so much better working together.
They are. Doing a nice job. Nobody quite as good as the leaders, though. Wow. Just a fabulous, again, a fabulous study in patience and a phrase that I heard, coopetition.
Coopetition?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. A little Daryl.
I mean, they're really showing how it's done, right?
They are. Yeah, twice. I mean, that earlier race they did it to perfection, and even better this time.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to tell you, I think, just from what I'm seeing, I think Frankie's got a little bit stronger car right now.
Yeah.
He's going for it. Down into 8. Down into 8 goes Frankie, going for the lead.
But it looks like he's going to make that stick.
He's got it. Now, you see just that little bit, how much shallower that turn-in was. He wasn't all the way to the outside. But again, Stewart did not fight him. But I have a feeling that that Frankie's feeling pretty confident right now. And Vento and Burris, as you said, they're easing away from Josh Green a little bit. So they're just trying to lock in this battle for third between the two of them again. And we still have 10 minutes to go. It's going to be interesting here. You know, they're coming by. It's going to be 11 and a half seconds again, I would think, somewhere in that realm. With that kind of a margin, what time of the event do they decide to take the gloves off and start racing?
Probably the last lap.
Yeah. That takes so much patience.
Burris looked like he just took a peek before they went into one. Thought better of it, tucked right back into Vento. But I think he's going to try to make a move. I mean, I feel it.
You feel it?
I feel it. I feel like he's plotting for that last minute move. And I think Vento would be expecting it, right? So he's plotting what he can do defensively, offensively. You know, what he's got to give there.
And this is one of the reasons that I love the fact that this place has these two different layouts.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you're running the full infield here, the draft is much, much less of a factor. So if you really think you've got the stronger car, you'll go to the front early and just try and drive away, and you can. Here, even if your car isn't maybe quite as good as the other guys, you can make that up and more in the draft.
Okay.
And so, you've got to really, really figure out, when do I want to make this move?
Who do I want to work with?
Yeah, and you've got to be, if you decide you want to lead on the last lap, you better be an absolute rocket in the infield. You've got to open up a big margin. Ooh, McAleer taking a peek. I don't think that's an attempt for the pass. That's just getting some air into the engine. As he said, it's warm out there. Air into the engine, air into the brake ducts.
Some fresh air so you're ready to pounce if something
Exactly. Got to tell you, these guys, The last 3 laps, that gap has stayed absolutely in the 11.2, 11.2, 11.2.
Between first and second and third and fourth.
Exactly. It has just been that consistent. You look at it, all 4 of the leaders, Barroso a 140.89, McAleer a 140.87, Vento a 140.85, Burris a 140.85.
Wow.
I mean, that's just stunningly close.
They got a little disconnected coming down that little straightaway up to 8, and and there it is. They're going.
Oh,
Yep.
and it's early. The battle now
Yep.
is on, and that must have been.
Did not work.
Yeah, Barroso. Oh, and Burris
Burris got
goes
it.
through on Vento as well. So both of our duels here seeing a change-up. And I don't know if that was McAleer getting it just a little bit wrong in 8, or Barroso just thinking, I've got the better car, I want to lead.
Well, it looked like he dropped just a little bit of a tire off. We saw a little dust get kicked up. So.
And now McAleer coming right back by, way down to the inside. Gloves are off now. Gloves are off.
Alliances are broken.
Alliances are broken, yes. Generations may suffer. Alliances are broken. Ooh, Barroso dropping that left tire at the exit of 2. But he runs that wider line and squares it up. And this is where he gets this great run out of 5. Because he diamonds 4 and just gets on the throttle really early. And oftentimes now, and this time ELX, nope, not yet. We were fighting a little bit too much here.
We've still got a healthy gap to third, so.
But it's 9.8 seconds last time by. Remember, it had been 11.2, so they're running side by side like that down that front straight. That really, when you got 2 guys that are working together still, like Burris and Vento, essentially, that side by side will cost you a significant chunk of time.
Well, during the same lap, Burris and Vento swapped spots, so there was a bit of that going on their end too.
Yeah, but I think it was a cleaner exchange.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there was a bobble on that first one that just slowed them both down a little bit. And just under 5 to go, 5 minutes.
Frankie and Stewart just haven't put a foot wrong quite yet.
No, just clockwork. And of course for
Vento just set his fastest time of the day with a 140.3.
For Burris and Vento, the way they're running together, it's clockwork orange.
I like what you did there.
Sorry. What was that margin? Yeah, 9-3. So that stabilized after that one loss on that exchange. Now, however, this will be interesting as McAleer and Barroso coming up on some lap traffic. I think that is Frank Analante Jr. It all depends on where they catch him. They might be okay. They catch him on the banking, that'll actually help because they can use that little bit of a toe.
Right, and we'll have to work around them so hard,
Yeah, if they happen to catch him in a braking zone or something, that can change the dynamic in a hurry. But I think they're going to get him on the banking here.
Getting that pass done without causing any momentum loss will be, integral.
Yes. I'll tell you, I'm not sure that they're going to get him before they get into turn 1. If they don't, he could be parking them just a little bit here. 2 to go. No, white flag.
White flag.
White flag comes out.
They give the flag number 97, letting them know that the leaders are coming through.
And Analante did a brilliant job of just getting out of the way, letting them through. I think Frankie was a little bit concerned that he wouldn't. And so he backed off just a little bit here. So now Frankie's got his work to do. but he's so good through this section of track. Watch him coming out of 5. And indeed, he gets a great run out of 5. Made up everything that he had lost going into 1. And smartly here, did not use it to try and go by McAleer here into 6. Because I think he had enough of a head of steam that he could have got to the inside. But he doesn't. He wants to be second coming out of 8 and get 8 incredibly well.
Well, McAleer just set the fastest time of the race with a 140.1. So he is cooking it out there.
All right, last time into turn 8 for our leaders. And in the background, just coming through 7, the battle for 3rd. And look at Frankie open the entry up just a little bit, trying to get the power down a little bit sooner so he can unwind that wheel right behind. And there you see Burris, that little bit of a margin over Ventos. And Burris got out of turn 8 really well. That may have been enough for Burris here, but he had to get that exit perfectly, and he nailed it. But here we go.
There's a bump.
Last time through Speedway 4, onto the front straight. They are coming. What can Barroso do? He's looking. Nothing. McAleer had enough in hand and gets another win. Meanwhile, Burris in that battle for 3rd, that exit at 8 was so strong, he had too much of a lead built up. Vento could do nothing and try and take that away. Then we got a little scrap. Look at this, what's unfolding back here. Center Smith, Mike Leo. Josh Green and Leo. And Josh just held him off.
Just barely held him off.
Oh, man, that was close.
That was a split-second difference.
Yeah, that really was.
I could have went the other way very easily. Wow, what an impressive race.
Oh, the patience of those two out front. And you know what? I had said that I thought Frankie had the better car. I think Frankie had the better car in the infield.
Okay.
Because, as you can see, McAleer, Frankie had nothing for him. He had a great draft and could do nothing with him.
Mm-hmm.
And then Burris, boy, the exit out of turn 8, that was the turning point for him in that one.
Yeah, that didn't change everything for him.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. Well, there you have it, folks. It is McAleer with yet another win. What a weekend he's had. 2 wins out of the 3 races. And again, he was smart in winning the 2 races that paid points.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
smart man.
He may have meant to do that.
I'm trying to see, did he get fast lap?
He did. McAleer did.
So that's a point.
Right there on the, maybe the last lap
Yeah.
before last. Yeah.
Yep, lap before last. So that's an extra point. So he's got himself a nice little start to the season atop the points over the defending champion, Frankie Barroso. Todd Burris, who was second in the points last year, finishes 3rd in this one. Marcos Vento is 4th. Josh Green just holding off a rapidly closing Mike Leo for 5th. Mike in 6th, the 55 of Center Smith in 7th. 8th, the 117 of Kalen Kinley, young 15-year-old doing a nice job up into the top 10 here. 9th, the 92
cool.
of Jonah Cullen, and 10th, the 143 of the Stegosaurus.
The stealthy Stegosaurus
That's right.
Rex.
Steg, yeah, well, not the Stig, the Steg.
The Steg, yeah.
Yes. Then 11th, a very heads-up drive by Frank Anelante. You just got out of the way of those guys battling. Really well done. In the 197, the 787 of Rob Ashcroft was 12th. 13th, the 11 of Luis Bustani. And then the 14th spot, that was Nate Cicero, who was involved, had that little bit of an incident. Ashcroft had a problem as well, so he was out of it. Bustani, Cicero, Hishmi, and Nicholas Baizani all not completing the race here. But McAleer, Barroso, and Burris, your podium. And that podium celebration, we'll be showing it to you here on the stream. Next up on the track for everybody is going to be 2 HPDE sessions. And so we're going to have those cars out there. Remember, the food trucks are still here, still open for business.
Oh, and we tried some of the food. Amazing. So if you're
Yeah.
here, definitely go try some of those, the food trucks out.
And I
That was-
think the Full Send Sims competition has just wrapped up.
Oh,
It's
okay.
scheduling to be done at 2:30, so there'll be an award ceremony for that too.
Oh, cool.
Coming up at 3.
If you haven't so far, hit the subscribe button for me. Go ahead and smash the like button. Let us know you're watching. You can also chime in on the chat if you'd like. We are keeping an eye on that.
Love it.
Love to see everybody rooting on their driver. All the Miatas over there heading into the victory lane. Let's see this. So this is the Mission Foods Pro Spec Miata. The last race of the day for them.
Yep. And again, Mission Foods. I can't think of a racing series that I haven't been involved in the last few years where Mission hasn't been a part of it. That team, they are just racing crazy. The owner of Mission Foods is a really, really good, avid, historic racer.
Oh, yeah?
He is deeply immersed in the sport. And, of course, Fixie Wheels has been a big supporter of this Pro Spec Miata championship as well. You can see there Hankook, Garage ID, Mazda Motorsports, Garage Living. Lots of great supporters for FARA and also for this Pro Spec Miata series here. And
You
wow.
see all the Mission chips right there.
There you
That's
go.
awesome. They had the chips and the salsa in registration. I was like, then that's how you do registration.
That's it. Yeah. Enjoy some good stuff while you're hanging. You bet. So we're going to wrap up our coverage here of Pro Spec Miata. As I said, we'll continue to show you the podium here. But when we come back next, it will be at about 3:25, the third Winter Series race here before they set off for NOLA in New Orleans next weekend. We'll be back with you for that.
Stay with us.
What's up, people? Ready for the Pro Spec Miata feature podium. Let's see, before we get started, I'd like to give a shout out to car number 117, Kaylin Kinley, who had a pretty big hit in the shootout race, jumped into Dad's car and finished P8. Good job, Kaylin. So this looks like a great race. On paper, it looks like it's 2x2x2. Right? Centers Miss and Mike Leo fighting for P6 and P7. Then Josh Green and Marcos Vento fighting for P4. And Todd Burris, P3. Then Frankie Barroso and Stuart McAleer to the line. All right, guys, let's get started. Coming for some FARA and Mazda money. In 5th place, car number driving 46, Josh Green. Guys, come over here. Everybody to the front of the podium. Everybody to the front of the podium. In 4th place, driving car number 12, Marcos Bento. In 3rd place, the one, the only, Mr. Hollywood. Driving car number 56, Todd Burris. In 2nd place, our last year's champion, Frankie Barroso. And has this guy won every session?
Yes, he has. Yes.
2nd time? All right. Well, it's going 2 out of 3 for
Jose. Come up for your son.
all right, driving car number 18, your Mission Food Pro Spec Miata feature race winner, Stuart McAleer.
That's a big freaking champ. Let's go. All right, the bear.
All right, it looks like we should have Jose Barroso come over and stand for your son while he's in the pooper. Sienna, okay, Sienna, come on over. All right, in 5th place, Josh Green. There it is. So you've been on the podium now every time, pretty much, right? Every race this 2025 season. You're gonna be back for the whole year?
I'd love to be back for another one or two. Big thing for Lane Racing, Stuart McAleer and Mike Leo. I've never driven a Spec Miata much before this weekend. I've never raced anything like this, and it's been an absolute blast. So I think we can use for it now.
Big time, big time. Spec Miatas are the class of any field at any racetrack anywhere. Definitely the best show on the planet. So let me see. Marcos Bento, 4th place. You didn't get it done.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough couple of first laps, but yeah, as soon as Todd and me got paired up again, we just got our head down and just to the checker.
No, that's right. Todd Todd and Marco said they were, gonna hook up and get it done. But Mr. Buccaneer had something else to say about that.
I think it's called team racing for a reason. I had a little bit of help getting off into the track, and it was a lot of fun. I had a great time. Everything was wonderful. I'm glad nobody got hurt in some of those wrecks, and hopefully we clean it up a little bit and have some fun. Racing was close and a lot of fun. Thanks, Hank.
It looks fantastic. So 1/10 off. Frankie's still indisposed. All right, so it's not often we get to interview the dad. So Jose, how is it seeing your son progress in racing all these years?
It's amazing to watch. He's been amazing. Unfortunately, he's done really well today. He hasn't been feeling well all weekend with fever and chill, vomit. So I was very concerned. I was like, no, he raced a great race. Tremendous driver right here. I'm very proud of him.
We are all very proud of him, our 2024 champion, Frankie Barroso. And Stuart McAleer is going to have something to say about that in 2025.
Yeah, we came down here with a large group, and I think we showed what we can do. Lit Racing, this is our first real big weekend, 6 drivers. Massive thanks to Mike, Leo, and Nicky. My brother Stephen was on radio, gave us a good hand down. Massive thanks to my sponsors. Hot Dog Walking is the new sponsor we have on the back of the car. And yeah, Frankie had everything there, and I don't know if I was going to be able to do much, and I was fortunate enough to lead as we went over start finish line, get into the last lap, and I had to manipulate a little bit coming up the banking, and once we get into the banking, I kind of knew that I had it. But again, you never really truly know until you cross over start finish line. So I had a blast. Thanks so much to David and Todd for putting this stuff on. I mean, I've been telling Todd all weekend I'm walking about with the biggest smile on my face, even when I was losing. So that's a bonus right there. So thank you so much, guys, for putting on, and we'll be back. Definitely, we're coming back.
Well, it's a pleasure. It's great to see new teams coming to the sport. So Lit Racing now giving the Auto Technic guys and everybody else a little run for their money. So congratulations, Mike. There is Frankie right there. So Frankie, there you go. You missed it. Your dad gave some nice words. Feel.
I don't feel as good now, but yeah, just gotta thank everybody in the team. My dad, Colleen, not feeling well right now, but especially last night, they helped me get a lot better, and being able to kind of put on a show for you guys.
That's awesome. Congratulations. There's $1,425 to make you feel a little bit better. Your Spec Miata Podium feature race. All right, guys, stay there for a second. We got some door prizes for some other people. Let's see what we got. Let's see. LTB Auto Sports, Luis Bustami coming up with all kinds of goodies. We got some Momo shirts. All right. Well, not only does this top female deserve an award for the top female, but she deserves an award for resilience and not letting the wall win. Kaylin took her dad's car and came home P8. Kaylin Kinley! All right, coming up, what we got? We got some Momo shirts that are going to Sienna. Give me a number. Sienna, come here. Pick a number.
9.
Number 9. No. 11. No, you already won. 6. All right, Mike Leo. Give me the shirt.
13. 15.
Number 15. 15th place, Mike hits me. Mike? Mike hits me. Not here? Not here. He goes to the next one. Nicholas Bazzani. Nicholas not here either. All right. Moving on up. Rob Ashcroft. Rob Ashcroft. Coming up. All right, next one up, going up. Look. Roger Titanica. Roger, coming up. All right, guys, there you go. All premiums, all money, all sponsor stuff. One more time. Thank you, guys. We'll see you in March.
It's the same weekend as the Gators.
Who wants chips?
That's what I was waiting for.
Hey, brother, you don't mind taking a picture real quick? Wide angle would be my driver.
Welcome back, everybody, as we close in on the conclusion of this opening weekend of the 2025 FARA Championship season. We are back here at Homestead-Miami Speedway for the final of 3 races in the Academy Winter Series. And again, it is an opportunity for the young guns that are planning to go for the USF Junior Championship in 2025 to get essentially kind of a boot camp almost in terms of training in a very short amount of time. This is the 6th year of the Academy Winter Series. This is by far the biggest entry we've ever had. Some 24 competitors are here, and they are going after it here this weekend with practice, qualifying, 3 races, and we're about to do the 3rd one. Lots of coaching and training going on as well. And then next weekend, right to NOLA Motorsports Park, just outside of New Orleans, Louisiana, and the same process again, compressing a ton of seat time into a small period of time and getting you ready for maybe having that little bit of extra experience when you get ready to go for the championship. And so excited to be bringing you this one. And we've got what's going to be a fabulous race. The first 2 that we've seen have been right off the hook. I don't expect this to be any difference. And Tiffany, we got a starting lineup here that is really, really strong.
It is, and I am excited to watch this. There's so much young talent out here getting a lot of seat time and a lot of experience, and just watching them has just been incredible all weekend.
It really has. It really has. And a guy that I think is going to be really aggressive in this one, Leonardo Escorpione. In both of the previous races, he finished 2nd and 3rd, led most of them, and then got pipped right at the end. He starts on pole for this one. He's going to want to figure out a way to put up a W and sort of hit for the cycle here, if you will. But one of the guys going to have to deal with is the guy who was the pole sitter after qualifying, finished 5th in the first race, but had a brilliant drive, drafting to perfection to win race number 2. That's the 10 of Joao Vergara. Leonardo Escorpione, by the way, in the 55. 3rd starter will be 91 Evan Cooley, who just came off a fabulous race with his brother in round 2 where he bit him, just nipped him right at the end.
Yeah.
Was able to take it with a 4th place finish, and he had a 3rd earlier, so he's doing really well. Ty Fisher, who won the first race from 10th on the grid, but was 8th in the 2nd race just a little while ago, starts in the 4th spot. 5th will be another guy who's been a front runner with a 4th and a 6th, Patricio Gonzalez in the 15. Oliver Weldon, the son of Dan Weldon, the number 98, had a problematic first race where he started 4th but dropped to 19th, but rebounded with a 2nd in the the 2nd race, which is earlier today. Starting 7th is the 77 of Matan Adjective, who finished 7th in the previous race. Brendan Cooley, we talked about that battle he had with his brother, ended up 5th in the previous race. Then it's the number 5, Vilho Atola, who was 12th in the previous race after an 8th in the opener. Connor Aspley, I think, is the other guy who's going to be really, really aggressive here. Tiffany, he qualified 2nd and showed every ounce of speed that Vergara did, but ended up 12th in that first race, then got tapped in the 2nd race and dropped to 20th. But he's got speed, so you know he's going to be out to prove a point here. Then the 26th of Emma Scarborough, who qualified 5th but has had problems in each race, will start 11th. In 12th, it'll be the 90 of Kaylee Countryman. Then in the 13th spot, Rodrigo Gonzalez in the number 18th. 14th to 25 of Hudson Potter. Then Connor Shipman in the 14, the 17 of Thomas Nordquist, the 12 of Diego Guyot, then the 31 of Diego Ardils, and then Carol Stout in the 8, Justin DeLucia in the number 4. That is your starting lineup, along with the 16 of Lincoln Day, the 29 of Maddie Cochran. JT Hoskins in the 9 starts 23rd, and Ryan Gianetta starts 24th in the 99. Pace car is in. We are ready to go for the final race, and we're green. And a nice launch from Leonardo Escorpione. He's been able to do that a couple of times, but the battle is on behind him by Vergara and Cooley as they head down into turn 1. Ooh, 4 abreast. That's really aggressive into turn 2. But everybody minding their P's and Q's, and look at that start.
Wow.
Evan Cooley up into 2nd, and everybody, Tiffany, making it through that really tight serpentine 2 and 3. Now do they get through 4 and 5? A couple of cars running a little wide, but so far so good. And they've done it.
So aggressive, but so clean.
Yeah, really impressive.
Really did a great job.
Then Ryan Gianetta, really late starter here, just now coming by. But Escorpione, he did this in that 2nd race earlier today, tried to go out, build up a little bit of a lead, and he looks like he's trying to do that again, but Cooley right there in second, and Vergara slots into third.
I think they've all got something to prove now.
Yeah, they definitely do. And I think Ty Fisher dropped a spot. He started perhaps in fourth, may have slipped to fifth here. And Ollie Weldon is right up in that mix at the front right now, too. Get around here quickly, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Yep. Oh, here
There's a
comes
quick lap.
outside move by Cooley. Coming through the banking. Is he going to go to the lead? He's got the run. He's got the nose ahead. How hard does the Scorpione fight him? Not at all. He tucks in, which was a smart thing to do because he knew Joao Vergara was right there and would come rifling through if he didn't. Oh, Vergara trying to make it 3 abreast, entering 3. That was really aggressive, and it messed up Cooley.
Oh, no. We got 2 spinning.
Yeah, we
Two
do.
cars
Right at
off
the
course.
Yeah, exit of 5 over there. Oh, wait. You can't jump in front of the field. Well done, guys. Well done. And, yeah, that move, that big lunge by Vergara actually backed up Evan Cooley. And I think it is now, if I'm remembering colors right, that's Ollie Weldon who's gone to second and Ty Fisher up into third.
Yeah, that definitely shook up the pack.
I think Cooley was one of those spinners. Oh, what a shame.
We're showing Cooley in the, he was in the lead. So that would be most unfortunate.
Yeah, truly. Look at this battle now. Beautiful train of these super trick Formula Junior machines. Yeah, I think that is Weldon in second on Vergara, then Ty Fisher. Look at this. Weldon down to the inside and Vergara. Vergara had just a wingtip ahead as they came through. Patricio Gonzalez is up into that 4th spot. Brendan Cooley is 5th.
Patricio getting the fastest time on that last lap there.
And Evan Cooley was indeed one of the spinners, along with a Scorpione.
I was thinking that was that car.
Oh, my goodness. I think that was all precipitated by that aggressive lunge by Vergara. It was clean, nothing he did wrong. When he dove to the inside and it got everybody offline going into 3 and setting up for 4. Wow, well, that changes the dynamic a bit here. So Vergara over Weldon, Fisher, Gonzalez, Brendan Cooley. Emma Scarborough has had an absolutely storming opening lap here from 11th. She has hustled her way right into the top 10.
Yeah, up to 9th.
She has shown some pretty substantial speed over the weekend. She hasn't had the results that she would like to be able to show for it, but she has undoubtedly showed pace.
Yeah, we saw her get up in the top 5 and maintain that for some time. Ultimately, she wasn't able to close that at the end of the race, but she's definitely got some pace.
He just, speaking of pace, had him 3 abreast down that long backstretch. Here we go. That is Ty Fisher taking a run at Weldon. They're going to be side by side through turn 1. They make it work. Are they going to? Nope. They're going to have to settle it in 2. And Weldon, I think, resumes the lead. But Ty Fisher has served notice that he is going to be there. Remember, won the first of our 2 races already today. He'd like to take 2 out of the 3.
That was an impressive pass.
It really was. Really was here. Oh, we got him 3 abreast heading into turn 6 here. Look at this. Eventually, you got to give way a little bit. Everybody does.
And these kids are going to be competing for the junior championship later this year?
Yep. Yep, the USF Junior Series, it's called.
Okay.
Formula Junior. And that is, they're hoping to be competing in that anyway.
Okay.
And they're certainly giving themselves, I think, a little bit of a leg up by doing the Winter Series here. They come streaming out of turn 9.
Formula boot camp.
Yeah, exactly. Out of 8, 9 here, and here's the train heading off into Speedway 3 and 4. Here at Homestead, running this configuration, they're getting a lot of education on the draft. At NOLA, that track a lot more of a more serpentine technical racetrack, And we have a caution. Full course caution
Yeah,
is
we've
out.
got
So
car off.
another car off at 5 down there.
I've got emergency vehicles on the course coming around 2 and 3. Got the pace car deployed. So there, he is gonna catch the field up and slow them down.
And the one thing you'll notice, we haven't really talked about this a whole lot, Tiffany, at this track,
Yeah.
is, it's an infield roval, but just because that, this is a smaller, it's a 1.5 mile track as opposed to 2.5 at Daytona, everything's a little tighter in there. And there are sections in this track where the barriers are so close, you darn near have to drive it like a street course. And that turn 5 area where you wind your way from 3 through 4 and exit a 5, it's really tight.
There's not a lot of place in there to make a mistake and survive, right?
Exactly.
Right through there.
Yep. And if you do have a problem, you're going to be right smack dab in harm's way if you have to stop over there. So I think we see just off to the right in the back of the shot there might be part of the car that was having the problem. But nonetheless, under an early caution here. So everybody's nerves now either settle or get amped up, depending upon how you deal with this kind of thing. Great to see Ryan Giannetta, who has had nothing but problems this weekend, has fought his way up into 13th from dead last.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I am so thrilled for him. Right behind Kaylee Countryman.
Yeah, definitely not the weekend he was looking for, I'm
No.
sure. But maybe he can make a go of this one.
Well, he's certainly giving it a run here. Yeah, he never got a time in qualifying, finished 22nd in the first race, dead last in race 2. And nice to see him let everybody know that, yeah, that was fluky. I can play at this level here.
Right.
And doing a nice job of it. Connor Astley, I talked about it. I thought he'd be one of the really aggressive guys because of the speed, qualifying second. He's dead last right now.
I see
And
that,
he had
yeah.
a problem as well, so that's unfortunate.
Very. You have to survive till the end to win.
That's it. It's cliche, but it's based in truth to finish first.
All the best cliches are.
Yeah. You must first finish. It's that simple.
So they're just kind of creeping around this course here. Assuming the pace car is keeping them quite slowed down to give the safety all the time, the most amount of time to work that scene. Get them cleaned up. There's not a lot of extra room, like Greg was saying over there.
Yep, and the slower they go, they bunch up. It gives, as you said, lots of space for them to work. And then what will happen is once they clear that, the pace car will pick the speed up rather significantly. So these young guns can get a little bit of heat back in those tires, get them scrubbed clean and be ready for a restart. And this is there's a time limit on this, but they usually run by laps. So we got 14 laps to go in this one. And they do everything they can to maintain that lap count as opposed to go to a time. Started it a little early to give us a little bit more of that window here.
So over on YouTube, someone's asking, does someone know which is the point system for this series? Can't find a rule book. If you go on the FARA USA website, the different classes are broke down, and it's power to weight, and then there's multiple classes that run with FARA, so you can look at that and see maybe where your car fits in.
And if they happen to be talking about the winter series, I can give you a little bit of information on that. The first race of the weekend, excuse me, the first race of the weekend pays 10 points to win, 8 for second, 7 for third, and down the order. The next two, because they do inversions of the grids, the next two, it's 8 points to win, 6 for second, 3rd for 4th, or 3rd, yeah.
Okay.
On down the order. And you do get bonus points for having a pole position in qualifying and fast lap as well, I believe.
Okay.
So, and currently coming into this round, it would be Joao Vergara on the pole or on the top of the leaderboard with 14. Scorpione has 13. Evan Cooley has 11, and Ty Fisher has 10, with Patricio Gonzalez at 7. So that's after the 2 races that have unfolded.
And they're going to run for 2 weeks, kind of solid, right? And then
Yeah,
that's the
essentially.
winter series.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just like heavy duty boot camp. Formula boot camp. What a cool experience, though.
I mean, invaluable in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
If you are wondering about the Pro Spec Miata series, there it's 25 to win, and it breaks down as you go down through the order. And then it's interesting for the prototypes in GT because you've got the 4 races, so you just accrue what are called race points, right? And at the end of the weekend, those are tallied, so 10 to win, 9 for second, and that. Then they add them up, and the highest point getter there is then awarded 25 points for the event.
Oh, okay.
So that's how those points are tallied.
Okay.
That's a little interesting. I mean, you can have 3 wins, and
you
a
still get
5th.
the points for each win, though. I mean,
not toward the season.
Not towards the season, just what the
those points are just to tally the event.
Oh.
And then the highest point getter.
Oh,
in
they're
each
bringing
class.
the field through
So
the pits.
yeah, red flag. That's why we have a red flag. And red flag means that obviously this cleanup's going to take a little bit longer, and they don't want to just let the cars cycle around forever and waste time. So they're bringing them into the pits. They will just stop them in run order, and then once they get it cleaned up, we will head back out. And when you do the red flag too, you can adjust the amount of time left in the race.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like they're having to use like some equipment over there that might have to block the track to be able to get that in there since that's so tight over there.
Yeah.
So that's probably why they're bringing the cars in.
I think that's a good point. Got that big, huge.
Is that a
forklift,
lull or
essentially.
something?
Something like that. Yeah.
I don't know all my construction equipment names.
Yeah. Up in Road America in Wisconsin, I know they're called Gale lifts.
Gale lifts?
GEHL.
Okay.
That's the company that builds them that they use
Oh.
up there.
Yep. So they've got the car hooked up now and lifting it up. Yeah, it looks like that the equipment that they're using to move the car was just having to block the race course to get to the car adequately. So
Yep.
looks like they're on their way now. So we should be able to get back going.
Yep, they just.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So they're going to take that car, over to that exit point right at the exit of turn number 6 over there, in between 6 and 7. And assuming, and it looks like all the vehicles have left, so that would tell me that they don't have any fluid to clean up or any kind of cleanup to do there.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
So that means that we should be able to get restarted fairly quickly. Yeah.
Yeah. They'll have all their umbrellas out for the drivers who are sitting on the pit lane. I hope they all restart. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I see like the rain lights or whatever flashing at the back of them. So hopefully that might mean that they knew this would be relatively quick. But the problem is these cars are designed to be moving. There's no fans to cool anything in these cars. It's all airflow. So they probably had to shut them off or they would have just boiled over.
Right. You can't sit with that one running, huh?
No.
Mm-mm. Oh, I was trying to see if they've cleared. Okay, so the safety equipment people, all of them are leaving the course now. They've found the break in the wall where they can get in. Just the last truck clearing the course. So see a green light on the pit lane, and off goes the pace car. And all of the cars are, well, hopefully leaving. There we go. A little stutter step coming off the pit lane, but it looks like so far everybody's getting going. Make sure they get all the umbrellas back.
Yeah, exactly. We got just got a little bit of an update. There were 2 reasons that they went red here. One was, as we suspected, there was some significant track blockage, and they, just wanted to avoid any problems. But two, when the first double yellow came out down the front straight here, and you're at speed, you're in a draft pack, and a few drivers missed it, and there were quite a few apparently passes under yellow.
Oh, no.
And so they
Okay.
just wanted to get them also regridded in the correct positions.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
And then, you want to make sure that if you are in that spot, you get it, right?
Right. Get everybody sorted correctly.
And the pace of this pace vehicle now, you can see a little bit more stout here so that these drivers can get a little heat in those tires. And again, if you're not real familiar with racing, you'll see the drivers sliding the cars or going back and forth like they are doing there. That does help with a little bit of heat in the tires, but a lot of that is just to make sure the tires are scrubbed clean, so that you've got as much contact patch as possible on these slicks. It's a little bit more effective to get the heat in the tire by accelerating hard than braking really hard and letting those brake rotors heat up because they run really hot.
Then the brake rotors heat up the wheel, and the wheel heats up the whole tire from the inside.
Yep.
So gets your tire pressure up faster that way.
Much better way to go about it. All right. Pace car has brought the field to a slow, and now it heads off.
Zoom, zoom.
All right, and we still have 13 to go up on the board. Let's hope we can get them all in.
Okay. Pace car is coming in. And
Ollie Weldon going to be leading the pack round with race 1 winner Ty Fisher right on his 6 as they come up for the restart. Watching the start stand.
timing that just perfectly. There goes the green.
We are racing, and you can see Ty Fisher pop to the outside. Hope that he was able to pull the trigger just that little bit quicker, maybe. Oh, we've got 2, 3, 4 cars down on the front straight.
Oh, no.
A number of cars involved there on the front straight. So we're going right back to yellow. I see at least 3 of them.
Looking at the front, missed the back.
Well, yeah, I was too, and I just happened to glance and see it. And you know what happens? You get that field bunch. You know, Dorsey Schrader has a great saying when he says, "Yellows beget yellows."
Oh, yes.
And it's just it. Sometimes you have a yellow, and then everybody's so anxious to get going, and that one person is just crowded a little bit or whatever.
Well, like you were talking about earlier, rhythm. You know, you get in as a driver, you get in a rhythm, and when that rhythm is vastly halted, and they came in and went to a complete stop, and then you get going again, and you know the stopping and the starting, you get out of rhythm, and and sometimes these are junior drivers too, but you know all of us humans, you know. It sometimes takes a moment to get back in that rhythm or to find some room, and the cars are all real close together when we're restarting like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you know, and that's part of it. You know, we keep talking about what a learning curve this is, but that's the idea of it. And you know, you hate to see something like this, but you know, this is one of those things where you hope that at this point, everybody's involved in it, whatever caused it, they can learn from that.
Right.
And not make that mistake again.
With a super expensive Formula car.
So, yeah, that too, absolutely.
Break the less expensive one if we're going to break one. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, all those cars are still sitting there. There is a bit of a lane to go through there. Okay, the little blue one is moving a little bit, so looks like there's a gap in between to bring the cars through, but that still looks a little sketch.
Yeah, they're bringing them into the pits. Yeah,
Yeah.
You would have to in this case, just straight into the pits again. And this is going to be a bit longer of a cleanup because there's at least 3 cars, and I couldn't tell if there was a 4th.
Yeah, at least 3 there. Yeah, looks like one may probably contacted the wall there.
Oh, I can't believe it! I did it.
What did
the
you?
Announcer's jinx. One of the cars, Ryan Giannetta.
No.
Who had fought so brilliantly after a tough couple of days to get up into that knocking on the door of a top 10, and it goes away on the restart.
Racing is a cruel, cruel beast
Truly,
sometimes.
truly is. Here comes the Genie lift here.
Gotten in quite a bit of work today.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Goodness.
And just to remind everybody here, the best thing you can do when you're in an incident, especially on a straight when there's other cars that could be coming around, is you stay in your car.
Absolutely.
You know, because where are they going to go if they get out here, right?
Nowhere.
Yeah, they're far more exposed when they're out of the car.
Well, the car is supposed to be the safest place for you to be. If you think about it, your body is squishy.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, human bodies are quite squishy. You know, they're made up of quite a bit of water. And in there they have protection made out of metal, less squishy. And they have their helmet on and all the things. So that is the best place for them to be.
And one of the, you know, when it's an open cockpit car, one of the things that everybody is taught is if you're in an incident, and it's a sizable one, you know, where people could be concerned, not just a spin or something, is flip your visor open.
Oh, okay.
Because then the rescue personnel look at it, see the visor open, and they know, all right, he's awake, he's conscious, he's okay. It's just a quick signal, and then you just sit and wait till they get the field under control. Then they come out and pick you up. And so that's the good news. It looks like
one of the cars is able to get underway on its own, so maybe it can flip around. There it goes.
And there's a couple of drivers that have climbed out of their cars, so that's great news. Once again, now you see them heading over to one of the emergency vehicles, and that's just standard operating procedure. I talked about it before. Whenever you have contact with a barrier or solid contact with another car, you immediately get just
you want to
right to medical just to be confirmed that all is well. So that's pretty standard.
I think that's, you know, most of motorsports in all series. If you have some contact, then you want to, you know, you just want somebody of a medical persuasion to just, you know, give you the once over at least.
The 25 of Hudson Potter came in under a flat toe from one of the wreckers. I don't think Hudson was involved in that incident. He may have picked up some damage in it and then stopped later on. But
I was trying to see the number on the one that was able to drive in. Is that a 6?
Oh,
no,
that's a sponsor logo.
Okay.
The number on the wing is very contrasty.
It's kind of hard to see that number. I should have brought some binoculars or something. Well, we'll be able to tell who it is pretty shortly.
Yeah, and Potter, the car that they brought in under flat toe, was not involved in this. He had a separate problem and was stopped over at turn 8.
Oh, gotcha.
So
umbrellas are back out.
And here's, just want to give everybody here that's watching, and you know, those of you here at the event as well, the next event on the calendar for the FARA series is right back here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, the weekend of Saturday, March 8th. And it will be, I think, a Friday-Saturday event. No, that one's a full regular weekend. Okay. And so that one will be testing on Friday and then racing Saturday, Sunday, March 8th, right back here at Homestead-Miami Speedway for the Miami Grand Prix, the FARA Miami Grand Prix, not the FIA Miami Grand Prix.
So Dan's asking, letting us know that Ryan and Kaylee are 2 of the cars that they're having to recover right now. So that is very sad for them. Yeah. And Casual Card says, this is the first time seeing this series. What cars are these? So you want to tell them about it?
Oh, it's the newer version of the Ligier F4 car, I believe. And
this is our winter series juniors. It's kind of like a boot camp racing, and so they do qualifying, practicing, racing, and they do a very intense setup for about 2 weeks straight, just preparing them for the USF Juniors Championship, if they're going to that. Get all my letters and numbers in an order.
Yeah, exactly. There's lots of different pathways, to try and get into racing, and but there's a pretty good ladder system that's established, and
Yeah.
there's no question that the the Formula Junior, then the F4
Mm-hmm.
championship, and then you can move into the Road to Indy if that's the path you want to take. But you can see these cars for the Winter Series. The newer Ligier runs the Halo.
The Halo, okay.
As well, so that's so they are fully FIA approved cars for Formula 4.
Oh, Logan's saying about 150 horsepower. Maybe?
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay.
Yeah, lightweight, obviously. Some aero with the wings, and
So-
great training ground.
Absolutely. And so then later today and at 4:35 actually, we'll have a prototype and GT race coming up. That'll be race 4 for them. That's the regulars for FARA. You have several prototypes and then multi-class GT racing as well. So there's some really pretty cars, really fast cars out there racing. We've been watching them all weekend, but you're going to get to see their last race, which is race 4, coming up in just a little bit.
And the FARA GT and prototype races might be the very definitive multi-class race groups.
I mean, there's many different classes racing at one time. It can be a lot of alphabet soup to keep up with.
Yep.
If you're into timing and scoring and that sort of thing and want to watch your drivers or look at the different classes that are running at any given time, you can look on Race Monitor. There is a web version that is free, and there's also an app that you can get for your phone. I think it's like $6.99 or something a year. It's pretty cool. It's got some features. You can select you can watch as the whole running order, or you can watch it by class. Either way, you can kind of select back and forth and look at things that way. Quite a few. There's a lot of series that uses Race Monitor, so it's useful for following a lot of motorsports.
It really is. It's and the app really has some great opportunity. And if you're just curious, you can also you can dial it up by fast lap and see who's running the best laps during the course of the race. It's a pretty good app.
And then the results are published there on Race Monitor and on Speed Hive after the race.
And also at farausa.com.
They keep up with the points and that sort
Yep.
of thing too. Yep. And don't forget to hit the subscribe button. This is a newer channel, and we would like to get that up. So if you're enjoying this, hit that, and you'll get a notification when we go live next time. Let us know you're watching. And we will get back underway shortly.
Yeah. I have a feeling this one's going to be truncated a little bit.
Yes.
We have a hard out, I believe, at 5:30 is when we need to be done with loud race cars. There is an HPDE session that'll be running afterwards, but we do have a hard out time. So I think this race in the Super Lap Series races, and even potentially the prototype race, might be scaled back a little bit because we've got right now just a little over an hour and a half to get this one done and 2 more races. So
yeah, we can check with race control after they're finished working this incident and maybe get an idea what their plans are, since I'm guessing they make the plans.
Yes, indeed. And it looks like we've got the incident cleared.
All right.
Yep. Rescue vehicles looking to clear the pit lane. And then we'll get the update, I would think, as to just how much racing we have left here. And, this is twice now in this race. And I have to say, I've been calling this series for 3 years now.
Okay.
And so I've done a couple of winter series previously. And Formula FARA is very similar to this. And you get a lot of drivers that run Formula FARA that also run the winter series. And this is the first time in that whole period that I've seen 1 red flag, let alone 2. So
yesterday it was just a clean day all day long. Yeah.
And they have just there's been a couple of full course cautions over the years, but so they really have a history of running very clean. and this is unusual.
So we're getting ready for a restart.
Yeah, we are.
So Alicia says these cars are part of the USF Pro Championships. Nothing to do with F4. USF Juniors, USF 2000, USF Pro 2000, Indy NXT. Is that how you?
Yeah,
is it
Indy
just a lady?
Next.
Okay,
Indy Next,
I was
yeah.
wondering if it's Next or NXT.
Yeah.
IndyCar and Go Exclusive Autosports.
Yep. So that's that road to Indy.
Yeah.
That is.
Thank you, Alicia.
Yeah. Thanks. Really appreciate that.
I'm glad you can train the announcers, especially me. Greg seems to know what he's doing, but I'm just here for the eye candy, you know, all the pretty cars.
Yeah. And I don't blame you one bit, because there are some beauties here.
And it's a beautiful time of year to be in Miami, Florida. I mean, you just can't pass up that opportunity.
This is the beautiful time of year. You were here in August?
No.
You might have a different opinion.
We should go to like Watkins Glen or something in August.
There you go.
That's where we need to be.
Monterey. Okay, here we go. Pace car is making its excuse. And we are going to give it another go here.
Hey, pace car's coming in right now.
So, Ollie Weldon, again, in front of Ty Fisher, Vergara, Gonzalez, and Gonzalez. Your top 5. Speeds are coming up. Green flag. We're back at it once again. And no point in waiting, and the jousting begins immediately. There's that big fan out. Look at that. Ooh, a big lunge to the inside. Did he see him? They did. Again,
Everybody made it through 1.
nice job. So far, so good through 2. Now's where it gets really snug.
And they are 2 and 3 wide.
Yeah, doing a nice job. Let's give everybody a little bit of room. One guy running a bit wide there. All right, so far, so good.
So FARA, so good.
Nice. So Weldon accelerating out of 6. That yellow and white machine. The top 3 have already built up a little bit of a margin here over Gonzalez and Brendan Cooley. And Cooley, Matan Achatev was taking a little bit of a look there, heading into turn 8. Going to move up a spot or 2. All right, back up onto the speedway and heading toward speedway 3 and 4.
See them jockeying for a little air and position and view.
Oh, Weldon got an immense run.
Oh, down low.
Yeah.
Ty Fisher
Got
going
that run.
for. Yeah, I think he's got it done.
Yeah, Weldon tried to pinch him and get him down under
into the paint there.
Into the paint, and Ty Fisher said, all right.
I'm coming anyway.
Yeah. You can squeeze me. I'm going to still come through, and he did. So Ty Fisher leads now over Weldon. Vergara still 3rd. Then the Gonzalez's, Rodrigo over Patricio, 4th and 5th. Then Achatev did get that pass made, it looks like. Fisher, really nice exit out. He really got a nice run into and through turn 6. Was able to flow some nice speed out.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Now, watch Vergara here heading into turn 8. He might try a move. Did he get down underneath? He did. I think Vergara has gone through and picked up that 2nd spot.
Took it away from Ty?
Actually, and as a result, Weldon got forced a little wide, and Ty Fisher went to the lead briefly, and then here comes Vergara on the outside of Fisher.
Wow.
Oh, so close. And now Weldon helping Ty Fisher comes up behind him. Now, you're not going to bump draft in these cars, but what you sure can do is use the air push. And Patricio Gonzalez got a honk and run. I thought he might go right up into the 3rd spot, but he just ran out of track. Ooh, bit of a wiggle there for Weldon. 3 abreast again at turn in to 3. Boy, they are absolutely scrapping right now. So it's Ty Fisher, Weldon, and Vergara with the Gonzalez. I think it is Rodrigo. I thought it was going to be Patricio who would be up in front. They run very similarly liveried cars, so it's a little bit tough to tell. Then behind them, it's Matan Achutiv and Leonardo Scorpioni.
Did
You know,
he get
that,
back out?
Yeah, that
Okay.
I was just going to say that red flag, that yellow and then red really helped Leonardo because he had
Yeah.
that off,
Uh-huh.
got going again, but he was a long way in terms of track distance
Absolutely.
behind. Well, the yellow comes out. That's
And
all, as we've said,
he's back in it.
evaporates.
Yeah.
He's back in it. We know how fast he is. Yeah, he's currently sitting already in that 7th spot. Here we go. Fisher, Weldon again getting a tremendous run, just doesn't have enough time to do anything with it. And Scorpioni has moved up. He got a pass done. He's 6th.
Showing his speed.
Yeah. So Rodrigo Gonzalez, his car has a little bit of red on it. And Patricio's is primarily blue, so we could tell them apart. I wonder, for a Scorpioni here, if he can move up just a couple more spots, get himself in a position to do something late in the race.
Right.
Because he has, as I said, he's finished 2nd and 3rd. He's led both races, kind of commanded them in a way.
Yeah.
And then in each case, lost the lead late.
So this is a little different than those because he was leading the race for the majority of it. Now he's coming from behind. So see if he can figure something out to be there at the end.
Yeah, and he just laid another pass on Patricio Gonzalez and has moved up into 5th. He did that under braking down onto turn 8. That black car with the yellow end plates on the wings. Look at that group behind him. Gonzalez, Achutiv, Evan Cooley. Oh, and again, Weldon pops out. But again, just doesn't have enough. And what Weldon's trying to do there, I can see what he's thinking, is I'm going to go out wide and then I'm going to cut down underneath. But he really needs to have Ty Fisher just make that little mistake, just get a little bit too hot or have to over slow for him to be able to make that work. And so far, Ty Fisher has been up to every challenge.
Right, trying to put some pressure on him, but so far Ty has been up for it.
Tell you, Evan Cooley has just driven. That last lap was fantastic. He started it back in, I think, the 8th or 9th spot, and he is now, I think he started it in 7th, and by my reckoning, he's up to 5th, well, maybe 4th, because he is right now trying to get around. He got around on Leonardo, and now he's going for an outside pass on Rodrigo Gonzalez in turn 8. Couldn't get it done. Actually lost a lot of ground now to Rodrigo, and it affected Scorpioni as well. And that's that problem when you're side by side through turn 8, and it is such an important exit corner.
So
you just
important.
slow out, and you can see it's 10 car lengths. You lose just that fast.
So if you try to make a move and it doesn't work, then it really can cost you. Side by side, 37 and 98. They're going into one. Ooh, little wiggle.
Yeah, Ty has been absolutely up to that pressure. It's pretty impressive to watch here as Oliver is just piling that pressure on. A couple of cars off at the exit of 2 over there. You can see that big plume of dust. One's come back on. Did I see him join it without wings on the front?
Oh.
I mean, he just flashed through so quick, but it looked like he may have been a song wing.
We saw that yesterday where someone went off and, that front nose just turned into a shovel and just kind of tore it up.
Dinged the wing up a bit, yeah. Well, we get a report from our eagle-eye spotter that it's not just front wings, it's back too.
It's gonna mess up the arrow.
Yeah, yeah, he's driving a Formula Ford now.
Logan says, fun fact, it's 3,600 total horsepower on track right now. Thank you, Logan.
That's nice. Nice. Ooh, Weldon getting the run done a lot earlier this time. He may have that.
He's got the advantage a little bit, but
What's Ty going to do? Ty cuts that line a little bit tighter. He's got the inside.
He's got the inside now. Mm-hmm.
And he out-deeped him. That was nice.
Going to show Oliver on the lead, but I was able to maybe hold on to that through turn one.
And that little duel now is allowing Rodriguez, Cooley, and Escorpione to close in again. Maybe make this a 6-car scrap.
Yeah, there's a little gap to the back to 7th, but yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6 are all within striking range. One little bobble, or they start racing each other, and they're right there.
And the guy I'm really curious about right now is Joao Vergara. He was so fast in quali. Got a win in the second race.
Up to third.
And you just wonder if he's just sitting back going, go ahead, guys.
Go ahead and race each other, where I can pass you both at the same time.
Exactly, yep. You're side by side through corners. You're taking more out of your tires. And I'm just tracking you right here and being ready. And again, Weldon gets that toe. Fisher protects down to the inside. Weldon flows to the outside. Not going to be quite as far along this time. Still gets that nose ahead. Problem is he can never quite clear Ty, and Ty just stays yeah.
Just wiggling through one.
Ooh, Weldon trying to pitch him to the inside. You do that, you tighten the radius up for that guy, and he can't roll quite as much speed. Weldon
side by
forcing
side.
himself to stay in there, and he's got it done.
Oh, wow.
That was brilliant. Outside at 2-3 and set up beautifully for the bowl, and here comes Vergara. They're both running inside to protect, and Vergara pops to the outside. But he's not going to stay there. He cuts down underneath. Weldon tries to go to the outside, runs wide. Vergara is inside of Weldon and Fisher. But Fisher just enough exit speed. Oh, man, that was brilliant. And that has now brought Cooley, Gonzalez, and Escorpione fully into this battle for the lead. 6 cars. We've got them 2 by 2 by 2 working through 8 and up through 9 right now. What a race this has become.
Looks like he's going to try to make a move on first place.
Yeah.
Kind of coming up beside him.
Look at that. They
got 2 by 2.
Yeah, Weldon is now third. It's Ty Fisher on the inside, Vergara on the outside. Behind them, Cooley on the inside, Weldon on the outside. Escorpione has gone through into 5th in front of Rodrigo Gonzalez. And now they fan out 4 abreast down into turn 1.
We got wheel to wheel. Oh, God, they made it through.
How is that possible?
Front right wheel got with the woof.
That's spooky stuff. You have those tires hit, and they tend to go airborne, and one of them did catch a little air. Yep. Whew, that was close, and it is Vergara now leading over Weldon, Fisher in 3rd, Cooley still in 4th, Escorpione, then Rodrigo Gonzalez, and then Brendan Cooley is trying to join this group. He's that red car sitting in 7th, 10 car lengths off the back of Rodrigo Gonzalez here. Now we had talked about was Vergara, was he just laying back and he saw his opportunity and went for it?
Pounced.
But again, I'm not sure you want to be leading when we get into the last laps here, and we've got 3 to go.
It hasn't always worked out very well.
No.
But Ty and Oliver were giving each other such a raging battle that Vergara was able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and Ty has slipped back now into 3rd as Evan Cooley has come up and taken that spot. Weldon now looking to the outside of Vergara. Now, Vergara do what? Oh, look at Cooley down to the inside. He's going for it. 3rd to the lead, and he got it. Holy cow, what a move.
Wow.
All right.
All the guts.
Evan Cooley getting it done. Weldon into 2nd, and just that quick, Vergara finds himself in 3rd. And the Escorpione has fought his way up into 4th while all that was unfolding. he got through on Ty Fisher, and Ty Fisher now under attack from Rodrigo Gonzalez as they head down into turn 7.
Leonardo's up to 5th, showing him here in that
Yeah,
mix.
he's doing a really nice job.
We got 7 cars together in that front pack.
Weldon trying for the outside move into turn 8 now. Seen him pull that off, and now he screws up underneath, trying to make that sort of over-under move, and Evan really had none of that. He put his car right where he thought Weldon was going to try and go. He chose wisely, and Weldon had to check up, and now Vergara has his wing right up underneath Weldon's rear wing. And let's see what's in. The guy who's getting a triple right now is a Scorpione.
Oh, that's going to benefit him. Up.
White flag. White flag.
Scorpione up to 4th. He's just right there in that front pack.
Oh, man, so close. And just was not far enough up to really do anything. And just settled right back into 4th.
Carl Person 2. Looks like he's going to maintain. Looks like he came back on in his
there he is.
semi-safety.
Ooh, Weldon got a really nice run through 5. And again, Cooley moves over, not only legal. You can choose any line you want as so long as it's not in react to a driver who's pursuing you. And he that car right where he thought Weldon would want to go. And it worked to perfection. Now heading into turn 8. Last time into 8. Weldon in second. Vergara trying to go to the outside of Weldon. See if he's able to make that work. So crucial to get out of this corner well. Vergara tried to cut down, and he too could not make that work.
And Cooley holding on to this. He hasn't got a win this weekend. I know he wants one.
And it's going to be really difficult because Weldon's got such speed. Here he comes. He's already up. He's to the outside of Cooley. They are side by side through Speedway 3. Vergara's maybe going to go for a 3 wide. He's trying for it. 3 wide. Down to the inside comes the Scorpione. We've got 5 cars side by side at the line.
Whoa.
It is Evan Cooley. I think we have seen a closest ever finish in Winter Series competition. Evan Cooley by 1/1000th of a second over Joao Vergara, who was 17 thousandths clean of Oliver Weldon.
5 wide coming over the start finish.
Let's put it this way, folks. The top 5, the margin of victory, 1st to 5th, 58/1000ths of a second.
Wow.
5 abreast. Well, you know what? We had 2 red flags, lots of parks and everything. It was worth the wait.
It was worth the wait.
Holy cow.
What a finish.
Yeah. That was pretty sweet.
That was awesome.
That is, I've called an absolute dead heat at the runoffs once when they had to award the co-championships, but I've never called anything with 5 cars within 58/1000ths.
That's insane.
That
incredible.
Yes. Wow. Yeah.
Everybody throwing everything at it at the end.
Oh, they did. Yeah. Not leaving anything on the track. That was fantastic. And
Great
I don't know
job.
about you. I need oxygen. Really, I need oxygen.
We've been holding our breath.
Holy cow.
That was fabulous.
That's great. That was fantastic. Oh.
And at least one more time. Hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. There's no way you didn't like that.
Yeah,
You're going to want to go back and watch that again. The rewind.
Man, I'll tell you, when I saw Scorpione,
I'm going to go back and watch that again.
When I saw Scorpione drop low,
Uh-huh.
then I went, they're not. And they did. And it was amazing.
Everybody just fanned out and went for it.
Yeah,
and
it was like flying in formation.
Oh, really? Yeah.
The Thunderbird Flying V is what that kind of looked like. Wow.
And Matan is the one who actually got fastest time of that race with a 1:23.7.
That's incredible.
Back in 9th place. Of course, 1 through 5 were all together.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Winter Series.
That was Does it get much better than that?
It's going to be interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
When these guys and gals go to Formula Junior.
Yeah, yeah.
And they go, yeah, we had 5 abreast in the Winter Series, 58 1,000ths of a second. How you guys race?
Right.
Oh, man. How cool is that? All right. Well, that leaves us with one race to go here this weekend, and we've got a Super Lap Series session before that. It's the Prototypes and GTs for their 4th and final sprint race, scheduled to start at 4:35. It might be a little bit later than that because with the red flags and everything, we're running a little bit behind. We'll let you know what's going to happen here, but we're going to sign off for now. As we said, we will be back with you for the GT and Prototypes final sprint race coming up in just a little bit. And for everybody here at the track, we'll give you some updates on what's going on, certainly in the Super Lap Series in their final of their 3 runs for today, and see how that's unfolding. So stay with us, and we'll be back with you here on the DriverSeye live stream and also live on YouTube in just a bit.
Okay, I'm going to check in with race control, and I'll put an update on the chat for you guys.
As the prototype in GT field makes its way out of pit lane to start the pace lap, welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway, the final on-track door-to-door activity of this opening weekend for 2025 of the FARA Championship Series. It's GTs and prototypes making their way around the track for their final 30-minute sprint, taking you through as much of the starting lineup as we can. Angel Benitez, who is a late entry coming out today and then put on that stunning drive to go to the win and win overall, will be leading the GT field to the green flag. However, as always, Teddy Alvarado, who ended up finishing second overall, but the prototypes start alone up front, so he'll be pacing the field along with Gabriel Zanarchik, and we'll see if the number 25, I couldn't tell if that beautiful Praga was out there, but then it'll be Benitez, then the GT1B winner, Mark Julian, Benitez winning in GT1A, David Tuwati, who will be behind the wheel, I think, for this race, in his bright orange and blue number 68, will start fourth overall. Manny Gomez, who won GT2A, will start next up in his beautiful McLaren, the number 84. Martin Bruhat, as I said, will be up there. Then it'll be Robert Garza, who was second in GT2A, starting next up. And then Todd Brown, another late entry, who made that battle in GT2A really interesting for second with the Audi. Looking forward to that. Then James Hamann, who was next up in GT2A, the 172 Porsche. Up then in GT1B, the 47 of Justin Levine. GT1A's 315, Carlos Magina, starts back in the order just a little bit. Then Adolfo Rossi in the number 46 Ginetta, winner in GT2B. Sophia Basler in GT1B in her 132. Alfonso Santiago. So I think it'll be the other Santiago that'll be behind the wheel of that 410 as they do battle again with Adolfo Rossi and Aline Cipriani. Ferrari of Gary Young, the 53, the Porsche of Connor Cavalli, the 27, the BMW of Marco Pisa in the 78, the 89 of the Honda Wars winner, Luis Rene Canahuate, and the 11 of Isabella Abreu, the 111 of Alvin Roman, Honda Wars, and the 6 of Wilbur Perez. And here we go. The pace cars into the pits, the prototypes coming up for the final time this weekend, looking for the green, and they've got it. We are racing. And that Praga, once again, able to ease around Teddy Alvarado and pick up the overall race lead. And now here comes the GT field. And watch for it. We're green. Look at that move by the 315 of Carlos Magina. He went by 3 or 4 cars. And again, that's a GT1A Porsche with a lot of power in that flat Boxer 6 in the back of that car. Interestingly, Miguel Benitez is not out there.
Oh. No.
So, yeah, that's fascinating after the run he had. So it was Mark Julian that was leading the GT field to the green. And again, that is a GT1B Porsche. It's not in the top category like the car of Tuwati right behind him. So Julian doing a great job. Now, he was the class champion last year in GT1B with a really, really stout season. And then
looking pretty racy.
Yeah, looking really stout at this point. The other car that I don't want to say it until I'm sure is that, yeah, there is Manny Gomez in the McLaren, I think. And you had Tiffany, you had talked to David Tuwati and the Birdman.
Uh-huh.
Was the Birdman going to run this one too, or was Tuwati? Do you know?
Tuwati's supposed to run this one.
Okay.
They had swapped earlier in the day, and the Birdman ran the last race, race 3, and the plan was for David to run this one. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
So it should be him in the cars.
Okay. We got a great battle for the overall race here between the Praga. Martin Bruhat runs really wide coming through turn number 3, and Teddy Alvarez. And that Wolf Thunder car of Teddy Alvarez on the infield is usually really, really strong. And then that slippery Praga, which is an FP1 car, is usually up on the straights. So we'll see if Teddy is going to be able to keep it close. The top 3 right now in GT, really, really close going here. And it is, once again, Mark Julian, David Tuwati, and then the 47 of Justin Levine. And I'm trying to figure out where Carlos Magina was, because he got that great jump but he slipped back a notch here. Has fallen behind Gomez.
Oh, okay. Trying to find him on track too.
Yeah. And behind them, I think, is, I can't figure out, it's a Porsche, but I don't
The
think.
the yellow one?
No, it's another white one behind that that green and white one, Magina. I'm trying to figure out who that might be. And here's that battle again. Alvarez, two different classes. That gold, blue, and white Praga is FP1. The Wolf Thunder is FP2.
Looks like Twatty's putting pressure on Julian.
Yeah,
He's
it does.
right with him.
And then let's see. Is that going to be the
The 9? Was that? Let's see. Well, no. It says Levine, Twatty, and Julian dropped
Yeah.
in 5th. That doesn't.
I know what's wrong here. There we go. Had it on the wrong deal. We were looking at fast laps. So it is Julian over David Twatty. But there's a couple of cars out there that are. Oh, and look at this. Twatty down to the inside of Mark Julian as they head into turn at number 6.
Oh, it looks like he's got that pass done.
He's got it done. And Julian, ooh, that was really close as the 47 of Levine tried to just get his nose up and underneath. It couldn't quite make that one work. Now over into turn 8 for that group. And these prototypes are really flying out there, as we would imagine. Oh, and Teddy Alvarez made up a huge amount of ground on Bruhat through those twisty bits there. But then you can see the Praga's straight line speed just drives him away a little bit. And then, Gabriel Zanarchik in that third, that Ralt. And it's a really well-handling car, but it doesn't have a lot of power. And we should see these Porsches come steaming by. There goes Tuati. Trying to figure
Julian
out
behind him. Yeah.
who that car is.
The white one. It's not.
It's not on our list. It's not scoring. I thought it was Justin Levine, but that second white Porsche is Justin Levine.
Showing Levine in 3rd, leading GT1B. Am I looking at it wrong? Let's see. Yeah, that's what it's showing over here too. That doesn't. That's not. That's obviously not what's on track.
No, we have that.
Twatty lead, but that's GT1A, right? Yeah, Twatty's in GT1A.
Twatty's GT1A. Then the next car is Julian in GT1B, but that
the
first
Stax car, and then the one behind him, right?
that's the mystery car right
That's
now.
the mystery car. Yes.
Obviously quite quick,
Obviously.
but can't find a number on it or anything like that. I don't see the transponder hitting on that one. Because then it would be Gomez in the metallic burnt orange. Did I get it right?
Metallic burnt orange.
All right.
I believe you've got it.
All right. It only took me 42 hours to get that bad boy to lock in here.
Teddy Alvarez. Why that name seems to betwixt me. Alvarado.
Teddy Alvarado. Yeah, that
Sexy.
name and Gomez's color
Yeah.
are our kryptonites
nemesis.
apparently here.
Just at the fastest time with the 128.4.
Levine has gone around now, made the pass on Manny Gomez. Now that's not necessarily for position here. Levine in GT1B, Gomez in GT2A. But that's going to free him up a little bit. See if there's any way he can close in on Mark Julian. That's a big, big ask, of course. I'll tell you what, Todd Brown really up on the wheel here in that number 44, and obviously wanted to be able to get in front and put on a good run here, and he is right up with Robert Garza. Meanwhile, the battle between Adolfo Rossi and Santiago is on in earnest.
Yeah, just 0.8 seconds separating those two and in a car maybe. but they're all kind of together, or they were the last time they passed start finish.
I don't know if.
Wow, David's put a little space in there.
Yeah, he does. I don't know if it's Adolfo or Aline driving the blue 55 Ginetta, but it is indeed Alfonso Santiago who is running in the 410, and they are in front right now of the 55, and they're really, really fun little battle here.
So number 9 is Gabriel. Is it Gabriel or Gabriel
Zanarchik.
That's number 9 that was in the white.
No, that's the third prototype.
Oh,
That's
never
out there
mind.
running, 'cause you
That's a
can see-
different 9 then.
Yeah, exactly. Because the number
I was
9
like, that
we
doesn't
have
sound right.
is FP3, which is FARA
Yeah.
Prototype 3. Oh, man, what a move by Tuati. Down into turn 8. Look at that. He got 3 cars, maybe 4. On the run out of 5, he got them all by the exit of 6.
Wow.
And he just put 3 cars between himself and our mystery car. Did Stegosaurus Rex decide to run in GT as well?
Oh.
I don't know.
Let's see. I don't see that one listed this time. That one's been our mystery car so far.
That's a bad joke.
Oh, we do have a Rafael Rosario. Rosario? Okay. I took a stab at it.
Where was that?
It just popped up. I think that's our mystery car.
Ah, yes, I think you are correct.
So, and 5th now overall.
That makes sense, because here they come, and there's Tuati. There is that entry.
Okay.
So he must
Mystery
have had
solved.
a late entry there. And Rafael Rosario is giving it a bit of welly, no question of that. Yep, just got confirmation.
Awesome. So David Twatty is leading the GT1A, but Justin Levine shown leading GT1B, but in front of him.
Actually, it's Mark Julian,
Oh, is it Julian?
I think, is leading GT1B.
But this shows him in 6th. Wait,
You have it pulled up on your phone there?
I have them both. I have them separated by classes here.
Yeah. Here. Look. That's timing. That's time, that's speed, that's race 1.
Wait, but I had it by class. Oh.
Oh, okay.
I was kind of trying this to have overall and this in classes. It doesn't have a class? Oh. Never mind.
Never mind. That is the FMS Racing Porsche.
So there, let's swap it back correctly. Okay, got it.
So Julian and Levine. This is a really good run by Justin Levine, though.
Where's Race Hero when you want it?
Yeah, in that effect. Justin Levine now has gone in front of Mark Julian. So maybe Julian's having some sort of an issue, because he's been wickedly fast here. Yeah, he slipped back. Justin Levine in that white car with the 47 on it has slipped around that Stax, right? Stax lift Porsche.
Mm-hmm.
And has picked up the lead in GT1B. With a really fast time. Julian's best lap here is a 31.5. Levine just turned to 130.4.
Mm.
Levine is getting serious here. I want to go down and take a look at what's going on in Honda Wars. And Luis Canajate, who has been the man here this weekend, the number 89, he and Wilbur Perez often swap positions, wins, just depends on how things are going. But right now, Canajate has about 11 seconds over Wilbur Perez, but third in Honda Wars is only 15 100ths behind Wilbur Perez, and that's the 111 of Albin Roman. So a really good battle in the Honda Wars class. great category. I love that class because, you know, as the name implies, Hondas,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It can be any Honda chassis you want, but it has to run that 1.8 liter Honda engine. So it's a loose spec category.
Gotcha.
And they love that 1.8 liter Honda engine because it's virtually bulletproof.
Right.
So you can just run it all year as long as you just, you know, give it the basic maintenance. So it's a really great bang for the buck class.
Got it.
Yeah.
So it's spec engine, but not spec cars.
Exactly.
Yes, just as long as they're Hondas.
Yep. And this is a really good battle, and I just love that category. Maybe it's because I started my racing in an IT3 or an ITC Toyota Starlet.
Okay.
Which probably had less power than me. So
I own a Honda race car.
there you go. There's the number 44, Todd Brown, doing a really nice job. There's the number 6. Look at that battle, the red 6, and then that blue and yellow Honda. As they head down in, they are covered. It's about 4 car lengths right now for second in class. That is a great scrap. Meanwhile, up on the high banks here, there's David Tuati. And that, I'll tell you, Rafael Rosario is not letting David get away anymore. He's dug deep, found some speed. David's best lap, a 130.6. Rosario's a 130.7.
Right there together.
So, yeah, they are definitely
Fairly
hustling.
evenly matched, yeah. Just sticking with him.
How about this? Yeah, Tuati just went a 130.5. Rosario, a 130 flat.
Ooh.
So right now, he's got a little bit better pace at this stage. Oh, and we also have a really good battle here for, make sure I've got the position right, Santiago in the 410 leads GT2B. And GT3, there we go. We got a battle for the lead in GT3, and it is on Marco Pisa in his number 78 BMW, and it's a yellow and black car. And then Jose de las Casas in the number 55 RSR Ronnie Sport Racing orange BMW that are just now coming out of turn 8. So look in the background on the shot here. Here they come. That is a battle for the GT3 lead, and it is a beauty. Marco Pisa and Jose de las Casas covered by not much.
Yeah, last time by 0.4 seconds, and this time 2 seconds.
Look at this. Here's that battle for second, and Honda Wars coming by the front straight here, and that margin is down to under a car length as they head into turn 1. So we got some great battle. There they are, just heading into turn 1. Now into turn 2. That those first 2 cars, that's the battle for second in Honda Wars.
Yeah.
Right now, it sure looks like the 111 of Albin Roman's got a little bit more pace sitting in third, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
And that right behind them is Isabella Abreu, who runs the Mazda Miata in the GT4 category. Keeping an eye out now.
Gonna make a move here.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, so close. Tried the outside, couldn't get it done. Watch him down into turn 10 and look behind.
Oh.
Oh, and Jose, he got split by those 2 faster cars. And that's going to give Marco Pisa a little bit of breathing room. See what they do heading up into turn 8. There's your leader in the Honda Wars class. And here we go. Here are these battles that are coming at us.
Whole pack of cars.
Oh, that's Tuati working through here. How close is this? There goes Pisa, and then that orange car.
It's already hot on Tuati's tail.
We got the overall leaders essentially working through some of these class battles. Putting on one heck of a scrap here. Tuati comes down the front straight, still hanging on over Rosario. Marco Pisa is going to try and get through and put one of those Honda Wars cars between himself and Jose. They're heading down into the turn 1, 2, 3 area right now. There's that battle, and indeed,
They are
Rosario is super close, isn't he?
Yeah, nose to tail. Trying to pressure David, see what he'll do.
Going by the leader of the Honda Wars category.
Oh, little lockup there from.
It sure was. That was a big lockup, wasn't it?
Yeah, Rosario.
Flat spotted tire in the hurry.
Not the way to
And
get
then
around David, yeah.
The second car in the screen here is the leader in GT3, Pisa, and right behind that orange car is Jose de las Casas. That's your battle for the win in GT3. And right now, doing a big favor for Wilbur Perez, Isabella Abreu is racing furiously with Albin Roman, 2 different classes, but with her occupying Albin's attention here, Perez has been able to get a little bit of breathing room. Is again down into 2. Tuati, a car length at best.
Just not able to
Here
shake
they come.
Rosario.
No, really close. Now onto the front straight once again. It wasn't turn 1. Sorry, folks. It was turn 11. Rosario showing the nose. First time he's been close enough to try it. Couldn't get it done. Nope. David Tuati knows he's in a race right now, that's for sure.
You'd have to imagine his adrenaline's up.
Yeah, oh, big time. And Justin Levine is driving an extraordinary race. He has gapped Mark Julian by 6 seconds in the GT1B category. That is a superb run. We've got 10 minutes, just a little over 10 to go.
A lot of lock up there.
No, at first I thought maybe it was a little dirt on the edge of the track, but
Yeah.
nobody else is pitching that out. So he's got that tire's got to be flat spotted now because it's every time.
Right.
Somebody who accidentally hit the emergency flashers. Kind of like hitting the windshield wiper stock.
Right.
You're flailing away at the wheel. There's the Ginetta sitting second in class.
At the blinker.
Exactly.
He's driving.
Oh, and
Good luck.
Tuati, look at that. He's perfectly timed. Got underneath one of the lap cars into turn 12. So now, whoa, Rosario goes around. That was a great piece of driving by Rafael Rosario. Got him a bit offline, but at least it kept him from losing even more potential distance to Tuati. Down the front straight, diving into turn 1. Tuati, you can see a little bit wider angle in. Allows him to just pedal a little bit faster down into the corner. But Rosario recovers very quickly, doesn't he? Bean, ooh, I think that's Sophia Baszler that Justin Levine trying to work through. Yep. Baszler in the GT 2A category car, the 132. And again, Rosario able to get a little ground. But here's that battle now in GT3. When they're clear of traffic, looks like Jose might have just a smidge more pace. Their best laps, they're separated by literally 1/10 of a second on their fastest 2 laps.
Wow.
But in clear track, it looks like Jose is able to reel in Marco a little bit. Marco, he tightened his exit up there for some reason. Not using all the track. I think he thought maybe Jose was going to try and swing around. They're having a great little scrap here. Love to see this. We have 8.5 minutes to go.
Wow, this is flying by.
It is. There they are. Where can potentially De Las Casas make a move? He's class champion, so it's not like
That's not going to be an
he's gonna,
easy pass.
I was going to say he's not an easy mark, that's for sure. We'll have to see that play out. Wadi's been able, once he got that little bit of a margin of traffic, he's been able to maintain that over Rosario, about 10 car lengths or so. And
smidge of breathing room.
And guess what? Adolfo Rossi threw down a couple of really good laps in traffic, and he has snuck around on Alfonso Santiago And he is now on top once again in GT2B. The margin is a couple of car lengths. It's that close. Here comes our battle into turn number 6. You can see how Pisa just turns in a little bit shallower, exits a little bit shallower. Doesn't give enough room on the outside for Jose to get there. And Jose does not want to try the dive down the inside, at least yet.
Seem very evenly matched in a lot of places, of course, yeah. Timing and scoring shown just 3 seconds separating them.
Yeah, it's so close. Here they come again. And super fast. 10, now 11. Eating all that curb. Hard on the brakes for 12.
Oh, we've got a slow car.
Is that our 111?
One of our Hondas.
That's the Honda. That's the, that might be at the Alvin Roman 111 entry. He's having a great scrap. First with Wilbur, then with Isabella Abreu. But now perhaps struggling just a little bit as our GT3 battle continues. And the white flag is out, folks.
Wow, 1 lap to go. Last one. Anybody got any trick to pull out? It's time to, yeah.
As we're watching this battle, just a note here that looks like Tuati's been able to ease away a little bit from Rafael Rosario. Looking at their last laps, Tuati's been able to run 3 to 4 tenths a lap quicker, and that is giving him that little bit of a margin. And they are coming up, so we still got one more lap of these battles here. As Bruhat took the white flag, and both this battle and the Pisa de las Casas battle had already gone through, so they get another lap too.
Here comes Sophia.
All right. Here we go. The leader has split that Marco Pisa de las Casas battle. And all that, Pisa really had to struggle to get through that last turn. It's not going to matter because Bruhat's going to get past them. Checker comes out, and once the overall leader gets by you, the checker then applies to you. I thought they might get another lap, but that Praga was just a little bit too quick and was able to sneak by them both before the checker flag flew. So the other great battle we've been following is that of Tuati. And
definitely got multiple car links on Rafael Rosario. That's easier to say.
It is. Let's see. Well, look at him close.
Oh, he did close in. Wow.
What a run. Rosario's going to go up, mow down a couple of cones. He wants to move. He's rafting up. He's there. Not close enough. Tuati hangs on for that win. Quarter of a second.
Wow.
And he made up 10 car lengths in those 2 corners under braking.
That was very impressive.
That was extraordinary, yeah. And a big congratulations to Justin Levine, who put on an absolutely superb race here, winning in GT1B in that white number 47 and beating defending class champ Mark Julian in the 87 by just a tick over 4 seconds. Gomez sweeps the weekend.
Yeah, I think he's won every class race that he's been in this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that beautiful metallic burnt orange McLaren.
You're just rubbing it in.
No, right?
Just rubbing it in. I'll tell you what, late in the race, because you remember the 44 Todd Brown, who had been chasing Robert Garza in that Audi in the previous race today, was out in front of Garza by a bit. But the last few laps, Todd Brown was running 138s And Garza was running 136 as Garza got through. School, second place,
Ah.
away from him again, too. So,
Yeah.
darn. Some amazing stuff out there.
And some hard racing, yeah.
Ah, it's great. Absolutely great. Pisa hangs on by 1.49 seconds over Jose de las Casas. All right, and a problem for Teddy Alvarado again after he had been pushing Martin Bruhat for the first third of the race. Had a problem and pitted and only was able to make it through, let's see, the winners completed 17 laps. He was only able to get 6 done, so you hate to see that.
Yeah.
But he was sure flying. But all right, folks, that is going to wrap up our coverage of the wheel-to-wheel action here at the opening weekend of the FARA Championship season here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Round 2 will be right back here at this same venue for the FARA Miami Grand Prix, and that is testing on March 7th, racing March 8th and 9th right here on our feed. And I'm about to get some wisdom slapped upon me from our race director.
What an exciting weekend we've had. Let's see what we've got going on. There may be one more update. Oh, there's doing some announcements. Getting all the cars in.
Yep, and the request was just want to make sure that all of our HPDE, which is the high performance driving experience or education, depending upon how you look at it, but all of our HPDE cars for novice and intermediate and advanced, please head to the pit lane immediately so you can get out there and get your time in as well.
Would you like to thank our sponsors?
Let's
We've got
do
some
that.
great sponsors with us.
We got some fabulous sponsors. Alvarez, Feltman, De Silva, and Costa have been absolutely superb. Hankook, the official tire of this series of FARA, and they've just been great. Fixie Wheels, they are remarkable. The wheels that they build, lightweight, unsprung weight, really good garage living. If you're a racer and you need a good place for your car, Garage Living is the place to look. Mazda Motorsports, big supporter of the series in general, but also certainly of the Pro Mazda series. Stack Auto Lifts, one of the new supporters for this year. Mission Foods, really involved in the Pro Mazda, Pro Spec Miata Championship, certainly, but also the full series. The Race Tailor, you've got a problem with a suit, you need it fixed, you need a design, you could do that. Carrizosa Motorsports Engineering, that is Juan Carrizosa, who is also now the head of tech for FARA. So doing an absolutely great job as well. So big thanks to all of our sponsors. And Tiffany, a big thank you to you. You've made this weekend fly by. Working with you, it's been an absolute treat. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Greg. It's been a pleasure.
All right, and on behalf of everyone here at FARA, a big thank you to all of you that came out and watched, to all of you that are listening and watching here on the stream. Got to say a big thank you again to all of the volunteers, including those corner workers that are out there, and to me, the unsung heroes of the sport that never get enough recognition, the crews. They are the ones that put in the long hours working on the cars and the like, and it looks like our producer might have something. Okay, he's just checking a few things out. So we're going to wrap things up. Remember, be back with us here that early weekend in March as the FARA Championship season in a new expansive year, as we will have some races outside of Florida for the first time ever, continues. And you can watch it all right here on DriversEye Live.
So go ahead and hit that subscribe button and the notifications so you'll know when we go live next.
And if you want to hang for just a minute here, we're going to sign off, but we'll bring you Prototype GT Final Podium on this opening round of the championship. I'm Greg Kramer. Thank you so much, everyone. See ya in a couple minutes.
Bye.
16 laps. I'm only going to be in W so I can beat you guys. I'm going to beat you guys.
All right, party people! Let's get started! Let's get started with Honda Wars. In third place, driving car number 111, Albin Roman. In second place, driving car 89, Luis Rene Canawate. And in first place, car number 6, guess what, driving a Honda, Wilbur and Richard Perez. All right, guys, so let's see. Albin, what happened? Third place.
Little issue with the axle. We're good. We're going to be ready for the next one.
Ready for March? You got something for these guys?
They know. They know.
Okay,
All right,
1,
Luis.
2, 3.
The first race I was in first place and I lost the chief linkage and I couldn't finish. The next race I did good. Next race they'll be ready too for me.
I love the competition. And of course, Wilbur and Richard Perez.
Thank you guys. Thank you, family. Try to make it. Try to have fun.
There is your Miami 500 Honda War Sprint.
Carawate, ¿para qué tú miras para abajo? Que corro para que tiro.
Let's start with GT2A in third place, driving car number 27, Connor Cavalli. In second place, driving car number 67, Audi R8, Robert Garza. And in first place, Mr. Hollywood, car number 84, Manny Gomez.
Maybe they can do something. They can stick to him now and tell him like put like all like that. That's FP2, right? Come on.
Good job, Tiffany. I heard you all day. Good job. Everybody welcome Tiffany to the FARA family. Connor's not here. Connor went home. Connor going once, going twice. No Connor. GT2A Podium.
Go Manny! Go Manny! Woo!
GT2B in third place. These guys are so fast, they finished third and second. So second place, car number 410, Jose and Alfonso Santiago. And in first place, driving car number 46, Adolfo Rossi. And Alini, where's Alini? Oh, Alini went home. Just Adolfo Rossi. All right, Santiago's, you're making a habit of going into the podium. So how was your experience this weekend?
It's a great week and had a lot of fun, so can't wait to come back.
We'll be here in March. You're gonna make it happen. You're now second in the championship. You gotta come. Another year, another Ginetta, and keep winning.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. FARA is a race family. I'm very pleased to win this race today, so it was very pleasant. Great start, great people, great food on Friday. Congratulations on that. And here we are. Sorry, Aline got a little bit of pain in driving so much. She was not driving this much, and she left home. So she went for the Super Bowl. So let's go.
That's right, we got a Super Bowl. That's it. That is your GT2B champions. GT3. This was a battle all day long. And just by 2-point difference, in second place, driving car number 55, Jose de las Casas. And in first place, his arch nemesis, car number 78, Marco Pisa.
I protest.
So, Jose, I'm sorry we got your last handed to you.
No, it was a good fight. Again, there's perspective and points of view. So something being reviewed, but at the end, whatever, we stayed in the track and no accident. So that's a good fight.
You guys were going really fast because I was flying when I passed you.
No, Jose, I need to be put a brand new tire. We don't have a chance to set up here. Let's go. Yeah, it is what it is.
You guys had a fantastic race, really good. GT3 podium!
I'm not even de la casa no more.
GT4. Unfortunately, we only had one runner. So in first place, Isabella Abreu.
Tito, Isabella. Tito.
Woo! So Isa, how's your weekend?
Amazing, I love FARA.
Women, a few words.
Watch the,
What's up?
People
Podcast.
on YouTube.
Yes, come watch us. I mean, listen to us. Yeah, watch us. That's my podcast partner. Isabella Abreu, GT4. GT1B. In third place, driving car 132, Sophia Basler. Sophia? Sophia! Come on, girl! In second place, driving car number 87, Mark Julian. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. There is a tie for first place in points. What's the tiebreaker? Qualifying? And who qualified first? All right. This was the tightest battle. Same points. Goes back to qualifying. So first place, Justin Levine. Woo!
I asked Jose before the race.
All right, Mark, there you go. Sophia. Another year, more podiums on FARA.
Yeah, just happy to stand up here again and happy for this once in a lifetime opportunity. So it's great to be here and be a part of this FARA community. So.
Well, Sophia, it's great to have you. See you improving. Keep racing, keep doing your craft, and keep giving this guy some help. Mark Julian, new outfit, new color, same results.
Yeah, it was awesome. Thanks to Teddy, the crew, it was great. And we had an awesome weekend. Thanks to everybody at FARA. It was awesome.
Mark, Justin, I heard you had an awesome coach.
I was just going to say, it was all the coach one day with Scotty. Give it up.
There is your GT1B podium. Thank you, guys. All right, in third place, GT1A. In third place, driving car number 13, Colin Quinn. In second place, driving car 315, Carlos Magina. And in first place, driving car number 68, Nathan Bird and David Twatty. Is that it? No. In FP1. In FP1, driving car number 19, Mark Russell. In second place, driving car number 7, Danny Van Dongen. And in first place, driving car number 25, Martin Bruja and Robert Huff. Your FP1 podium. Thank you, Martin. Oh, one more. In FP2, driving car number 100, Matt Lewis. And the winner in FP2, Teddy Alvarado. Is FP3 here?